Chapter 408. The intelligent war chariot locked onto the location of the Kongdong mountain range and sped over. 5 days later, the central control screen showed traces of the Kongdong mountain range. However, just like Burial Sky City, there were very few red dots in the Kongdong mountain range. This meant that the mutated beasts inside had long run away. It was as if they knew that Su Chen would kill them and hid in advance. The disappearance of the nearby zombies and the mutated beasts in the Kongdong mountain range made Su Chen feel that something was wrong. After pondering for a long time, Su Chen decided to go somewhere else to take a look. After that, the intelligent war chariot had been running around Yulin. He had been to Tianqi Mountain, Wangyu Valley, and Qilin Mountain. However, without exception, these forces were all destroyed, just like Burial Sky City. Moreover, Su Chen also found a very strange thing. The number of humans he encountered these days was getting fewer and fewer. Logically speaking, with the disappearance of the zombies and mutated beasts, there should be more space for humans to move around. They should be more active. Unable to figure out the situation for a while, Su Chen did not think too much about it. In the end, he decided to leave Yulin and go to the Dillon district to try his luck. If he wanted to enter the Dillon district, the easiest way was to enter through the tunnel. After finding the nearest tunnel on the central control screen, Su Chen arranged for the intelligent war chariot to go there. In the next few days, he still did not encounter any zombies or mutated beasts. Just as he passed by a small town called Lanxi, Su Chen unexpectedly found that there was a fierce fight going on there. Both sides of the fight were humans. One side was dressed in uniform black and seemed to be from a certain force. There were as many as 100 people. The other side seemed to be the residents of Lanxi town. There were more than 1,000 of them, but they were being defeated by the other side. Su Chen originally did not want to get involved in this kind of thing. Just as he was about to leave, he found an acquaintance. This acquaintance was none other than the gray-haired old man he had met several times. At this time, the gray-haired old man was in rags. Not only was he in a very sorry state, but he was also besieged by 3 men in black, and was in a precarious situation. Wherever I go, I run into this old guy. What a coincidence. Su Chen muttered, intending to go over and see what was going on. After getting out of the car, Su Chen openly walked forward. When he approached, he shouted, "Everyone stop!" This shout was like a sudden clap of thunder, and it immediately stunned everyone. They all knew that the strange man in front of them was definitely a top-notch expert. None of them dared to act rashly. The white-haired old man faintly felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. He turned around and looked back. When he saw that the person was Su Chen, he was pleasantly surprised. Then he trotted to Su Chen's side and shouted respectfully, "Senior." "Uncle, what's going on?" Su Chen asked softly. The white-haired elder hurriedly explained, "Senior, these people want to capture us without any reason. Recently, they have already captured many people in Yulin district." "Oh," Su Chen exclaimed softly and thought to himself, "No wonder the number of humans in Yulin district decreased by a lot. Could it be that they were all captured by these men in black? Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, you will be killed." At this time, a middle-aged man with a dark complexion walked out from the group of men in black. He coldly sized up Su Chen and warned him. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said lightly, "What if I insist on meddling?" "Huh." The dark man laughed wildly and snorted. "Kid, do you know whose subordinates we are? Only death awaits you if you go against us." Su Chen curled his lips. "Tell me, who are you? If I say it, you will be scared to death." The dark man puffed out his chest and said proudly, "We are all Su Chen, Lord Su's subordinates." Chapter 409. Who are you talking about? Su Chen opened his mouth slightly, almost thinking that he had misheard. He now suspected that there was someone with the same name as him. Wu Yang and the others on the intelligent chariot were also so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. They looked at each other. In the past few days, Su Chen had been with them and had never left alone. When did he have such a group of subordinates? You may not have heard of Lord Su's name, but everything he has done is like thunder to your ears. It is enough to shock you for 3 days and 3 nights. The tan man's expression was solemn, as if he worshipped Lord Su. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "What are you talking about? Tell me a few things." "Killing the strongest people of Lion's Gate, Hidden Fog Sect, and Heaven Connect City, destroying half of Heaven Connect City, and then killing all the mutated races in Yulin District, including a level 6 expert. Are these things enough to shock you for the rest of your life?" The dark-skinned man recounted everything as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Hiss. When the tan man finished speaking, there was a sound of cold air being sucked in. Everyone's face was filled with inexplicable shock. With the power of one person, killing all the top experts of Yulin District. How terrifying was this Lord Su's strength? As the person involved, Su Chen was dumbfounded. Everything that the dark-skinned man said was true. But when did he become Lord Su? When did he have so many subordinates? Suddenly, he thought of a very serious problem. Would there be someone using his name to commit outrages behind his back? He had done this before. Before, he had used Mo Chengkong's name to kill people everywhere. Could it be that the other party was using his own methods to deal with him? The more Su Chen thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. An unknown fire suddenly ignited in his chest. "The Su Chen you mentioned, where is Lord Su now?" Su Chen released his mental power, and directly pulled the tan man to his side as he coldly questioned. The other party was using his name to capture people everywhere. There must be an unspeakable secret behind it. He had to figure it out. "You are a spirit reader master." The dark-skinned man struggled desperately, but even if he used all his strength, he couldn't move an inch. He also realized that Su Chen was a powerful spirit reader master, and his face suddenly changed. "Just answer whatever I ask you. If you dare to spout any nonsense, don't blame me for being impolite." Su Chen's voice was bone-chilling, and a fierce murderous aura surrounded his body. "Senior, let's talk nicely." The dark-skinned man was intimidated by Su Chen's aura, and the corners of his mouth trembled. "I'll ask you again, where is that Lord Su?" Su Chen stared at the dark-skinned man. "At the Purple Gold Mountain in the Earth Forest District." The dark-skinned man didn't dare to hide anything and spoke the truth. "Purple Gold Mountain." Su Chen muttered to himself and continued to ask, "Why did you capture the humans of Yulin District?" "I don't know. It's all Lord Su's orders. I'm just following orders." The dark-skinned man answered straightforwardly. "Bullshit. When did I order you to do this?" Su Chen shouted coldly. "You are Lord Su?" The dark-skinned man was stunned for a moment. The surrounding onlookers also looked at Su Chen, and most of them had a strange look in their eyes. That Lord Su was in existence that could kill a level 6 cultivator. Even if you have some strength, you can't be so pretentious, right? "I am Su Chen," Su Chen shouted, and used his mental power to crush the dark-skinned man's head. Chapter 410. Since he couldn't get anything out of him, there was no need for the dark-skinned man to stay. As for the imposter, he would naturally find out the truth when he went to Purple Mountain. Is he really Su Chen, Lord Su? The other men in black looked at each other. The dark-skinned man was clearly Lord Su's subordinate. If the young man in front of them was really Lord Su, why did he kill his subordinate? He must be an imposter. "Brothers, run for your lives." It was unknown who among the black-clothed men roared, but it immediately caused a wave of resonance. All the men in black turned around and ran without saying a word. They all knew very well that whether the young man in front of them was real or fake, the fact that he could easily kill the dark-skinned man proved that he was a powerful person. If they didn't escape in time, they would probably be killed. Su Chen glanced at him coldly, raised his hand and punched out. All of a sudden, hundreds of fist shadows appeared in the air, exuding an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Whoosh, accompanied by a whistling sound, the dense fist shadows smashed down from the sky. Boom. In the midst of the explosion, the hundreds of men in black who fled died on the spot without exception. And their deaths were extremely miserable. All of them were turned into puddles of meat paste. Oh my god. It's too terrifying. What level of evolver is he? Su Chen killed hundreds of men in black with one punch, causing the residents of Lanchi Town to fall into deep shock. He's too strong. The gray-haired old man swallowed hard and looked at Su Chen with incomparable awe. He had long known that Su Chen was very strong. However, after witnessing Su Chen's violent blow with his own eyes, he was still shocked. At this moment, he also understood why Su Chen could kill wherever he went and live until now. It turned out that it was because of his terrifying strength. After killing the men in black, Su Chen turned to the gray-haired old man and said, "Well, the flies have been taken care of. Let's part ways here. Senior, take care." The gray-haired old man bowed and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Su Chen ignored him and went straight back to the car. Immediately, he ordered the intelligent war chariot, "Satoshi, head to the forest area quickly." Knowing that someone was impersonating him, he couldn't wait to meet this guy and see who gave him the guts. The intelligent war chariot was ignited and started, and soon disappeared from Lanchi town. In the later part of the journey, Su Chen met several groups of men in black one after another. Their methods were exactly the same. They were all using his name to capture people everywhere. Su Chen showed no mercy and killed them all. 3 days later, the intelligent war chariot arrived at the tunnel leading to the forest area. The tunnel entrance here was completely different from the one in Huanglin district. It was heavily guarded, numbering in the thousands, and all of them were dressed in black. From the looks of it, they belonged to the same faction as the black-clothed men he had killed earlier. The appearance of the intelligent chariot quickly caught the enemy's attention. Hundreds of men in black came forward and surrounded the intelligent war chariot. "Everyone inside, get out of the car." A skinny man with a face like tree bark glanced at the intelligent war chariot and shouted. Hearing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and got out of the car with everyone. He would not let any of the thousands of black-clothed men outside the car go. If he did it alone, it would be more or less troublesome, so he wanted to let the others do it together. Chapter 411. Which faction do you belong to? Su Chen glanced at the skinny man and asked coldly, "Do you have the right to know which faction I belong to?" The skinny man snorted disdainfully and ordered the other men in black, "Brothers, capture this group of people. Don't let any of them go." "Yes." Suddenly, dozens of men in black rushed towards Su Chen and the others. "Little Metal, kill them." Su Chen gave the mechanical soldier a look. Without saying anything, the mechanical soldier charged forward and swung its blade a few times, easily killing dozens of men in black. Witnessing this scene, the men in black were stunned. At the same time, a strong chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. They only saw a blur in front of their eyes, and then, their dozens of companions died on the spot. One must know that their companions were not ordinary people. They were all evolvers, and there were even 2 level 2 evolvers. How could they be killed so easily? How strong was the opponent's metal puppet? Even a level 3 puppet did not have such strength. Could it be a level 4 puppet? A level 4 puppet was something they had never heard of before. "Now can you tell me where you came from?" Su Chen stared at the skinny man and said mockingly. The skinny man swallowed his saliva and said with a trembling voice, "Senior, we are all Master Su's subordinates." Under the deterrence of the mechanical soldier, he instinctively became timid. The arrogance from before had long disappeared. "So you are all from Purple Mountain?" Su Chen asked coldly. The skinny man did not dare to hide and hurriedly replied, "Senior, we are indeed from Purple Mountain." Su Chen thought for a while and continued to ask, "Other than Purple Mountain, what other factions are there in the forest area? Are there any large groups of zombies or mutated beasts?" In this trip to the forest area, other than eradicating Purple Mountain, killing zombies and mutated beasts was also the main focus. "Senior, Purple Mountain is the only faction in the forest area. We have already killed all the zombies and mutated beasts," the skinny man replied. This answer surprised Su Chen. One had to know that the area of the Dizlin district was not below that of the Huanglin district, but there was only one power, the Purple Mountain. How powerful was the Purple Mountain? Who is the strongest person in Purple Gold Mountain? What's his cultivation level? Su Chen asked calmly. Since he had decided to eradicate Purple Gold Mountain, he naturally had to get to the bottom of the situation to prevent himself from failing miserably. The strongest person on Mount Jijin is Xiang Jinren. He is a powerful level 5 evolver. "Isn't that Lord Su?" Su Chen exclaimed softly. The other party kept saying that he was Lord Su's subordinate. Then shouldn't this Lord Su be the strongest? Why did another Reverend Ziyang pop out? Lord Su joined us later. We have never seen him fight, so we don't know his strength, the skinny man explained. Su Chen became more and more confused. He asked again, since you don't know his strength, why do you call yourselves Lord Su's subordinates? The skinny man hesitated for a while, then finally opened his mouth and said, this is what Reverend Ziyang arranged for us to say. Hearing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. His mind was spinning nonstop. If what the skinny man said was true, then Purple Gold Mountain should have done this on purpose to attract his attention, so as to anger him and lead him to Purple Gold Mountain. There must be some kind of conspiracy behind this. However, there was one thing that Su Chen couldn't figure out. Since the other party knew his background, then they should know how strong he was. Then why did they still dare to do this? Were they not afraid of getting into trouble? Getting their whole family slaughtered? Chapter 412. Well, I've finished my questions. It's time to send you on your way. Su Chen's mouth curved into a strange smile, and then he winked at Wu Yang and the others. On our way? What do you mean? The skinny man was stunned. Wu Yang and the others understood and attacked almost at the same time. Screams rang out. In less than 10 minutes, thousands of men in black from Purple Gold Mountain were slaughtered. Behind them, Su Chen and the others returned to the intelligent war chariot, locked onto the direction of Purple Gold Mountain, and sped away. Along the way, they encountered several obstacles. The largest number was nearly 10,000 men in black. However, their strength was very limited. Under the joint attack of Su Chen and the intelligent war chariot, they were completely defeated, and more than half of them were killed or injured. With this lesson in mind, they didn't encounter any obstacles for the rest of their journey. 7 days later, the intelligent war chariot successfully arrived at the foot of a towering mountain. This was where the sect of Purple Gold Mountain was located. Purple Gold Mountain was thousands of feet high, and its peak pierced the clouds. There was a thin layer of purple mist floating outside, looking mysterious and strange. At this time, there was no one outside the main gate of Purple Gold Mountain, and it was quiet. Did they all run away? Su Chen narrowed his eyes, and his thoughts slowly turned. Before coming to Purple Gold Mountain, he had been to many sects of big forces, and they were all empty like this. It was as if they knew he would come and all of them had gone into hiding. Just as Su Chen was considering whether or not to go in and take a look, an old, ethereal voice suddenly came from the sect of Purple Gold Mountain. Su Chen, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You really dare to come to my Purple Gold Mountain. Don't you know this is your burial place? Su Chen rubbed his nose, got out of the chariot, and shouted, don't play tricks. Are you immortal Ziyang or Lord Su? Why are you like a coward, not even daring to show your face? I've long heard that you are arrogant. Today, I see that you live up to your reputation. The old voice floated in Su Chen's ears again. If you don't show yourself, do you believe that I won't flatten the entire Purple Mountain? Su Chen coldly snorted. Although it was difficult for him to flatten a giant mountain with his current abilities, it was still possible as long as he spent some time. Therefore, this sentence was not an alarmist exaggeration. Hearing this, the other party was silent for a moment, then said disdainfully, we are in the main hall of the sect. Come and meet us if you have the guts. Su Chen guessed that the other party must have set up an ambush in the main hall of the sect, waiting for him to enter. No matter what kind of ambush it was, he did not fear it at all. In fact, he even snorted disdainfully. With his current strength, he could face a level 7 evolver head-on, let alone a level 7 evolver in Purple Mountain. Captain Wu, wait for me in the car. I'll be back soon. Su Chen instructed and headed straight for the main hall of the sect on Mount Jijin. As soon as he entered Mount Jijin, the purple mist around him became much thicker, and his vision became blurry. Su Chen did not mind. Instead, he sped up. In just a few minutes, he had already stepped into the main hall of the sect on Mount Jijin. Opposite him in the hall, there were 2 people and a beast staring at him like a tiger watching its prey. One of them was an old man wearing a purple Taoist robe. This person's complexion was flushed, and his silver-white hair was draped over his shoulders. He gave off the feeling of an immortal, as if the person standing in front of him was an otherworldly expert. Beside the purple-robed old man stood a mysterious person wearing a conical bamboo hat, with a layer of gray mist surging around him. The strongest feeling that this person gave Su Chen was that he did not have any aura of life, just like a puppet. As for the mutated beast, it was more than 5 meters long, shaped like a giant wolf, and emitted a ferocious aura. It was a level 6 mutated beast. Chapter 413. Could it be the level 6 bloodthirsty demon wolf from the Kongdong mountain range? Su Chen's expression changed slightly. As far as he knew, there was only one level 6 mutated beast on Qianyu Island. When he had gone to the Kongdong mountain range, the bloodthirsty demon wolf had disappeared without a trace, so he suspected that the one in front of him was the bloodthirsty demon wolf. You three tell me your names. I don't kill nameless people. Su Chen glanced at the 3 people and the beast and sneered. In the face of Su Chen's disdain, the purple-robed elder was not angered at all. Instead, he maintained a smile on his face and said lightly, I am the sect master of Purple Mountain, Sage Ziyang. The mutated beast next to him purred and said in a deep voice, I come from the Kongdong mountain range. You should know where I come from, right? The mysterious man who had spoken at the end said in a mechanical voice, I am Sage Exian. It is said that you are proficient in all languages. I am from the puppet race. You have heard of it, right? Hearing this, Su Chen frowned slightly. Although he was proficient in all languages, he did not know which races there were. It was the first time he had heard of the puppet race. You want to defeat me with just the 3 of you? So confident? Su Chen curled his lips and said disdainfully. Although he hadn't figured out the other party's strength, he didn't think much of the 2 humans and 1 beast. Sage Ziyang smiled again and said, Prince Su, you are talented and powerful. Even a level 7 evolver may not be your match. Of course, the 3 of us can't do anything to you. Su Chen felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words. He snorted and said, You must have something to rely on to lure me here. Don't hide it. Prince Su, you are indeed a smart person. We will not be polite. Reverend Exian sneered. Then he raised both his hands and 2 red beams of light shot out from his palms. Very quickly, they entered the main hall. Buzz. Buzz. After the entire hall trembled, a layer of blood-red energy barrier appeared in the surroundings. A formation? Su Chen was surprised. When he was at Fengxi Colony, he had seen an array formation. The red energy barrier in front of him was a trapping array. The other party's goal was very clear, which was to trap him in the main hall. But what he didn't understand was, what was the use of trapping him? In the end, they would still have to fight. How could the 3 of them be a match for him? Then what was the point of doing this? Ha! Reverend Exian coldly stared at Su Chen, laughed wildly without any fear, and said, Su Chen, even if you have the ability to reach the heavens, don't even think about escaping today. Stop acting tough. Just show me what you've got. Su Chen said casually as he rubbed his nose. The other party's confident look made him very displeased. In addition, he also wanted to see what trump card the other party was relying on. Then go to hell. Honorable Exian smiled sinisterly. Then he raised his head and looked up. He muttered in an extremely sincere manner, Great Lord Devourer Beast, Exian has prepared a delicious meal for you. Please enjoy it. Rumble. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled above the main hall. Then a black vortex appeared from within. Kakik. Accompanied by a shrill roar, a huge head rushed out of the vortex. This head was the size of a house. It emitted a bloody and evil aura unique to wild beasts. Not only was it ferocious and terrifying, it was also very strange. It had a long and narrow mouth that took up half of its head, and 2 sharp fangs were exposed outside. In the center of the forehead was an eyeball that flashed with bloody light. Blood chi filled the air inside. White bones could be vaguely seen. It was terrifying and strange. Chapter 414. It was Su Chen's first time seeing such a strange demon beast. He could not help but frown. The devouring beast blinked its blood-red eyes and looked around. Finally, its gaze landed on Su Chen. Strong blood chi, condensed essence chi, and strong magic waves. You're a full-time cultivator. And you've reached level 5? The devouring beast seemed to have the same ability as the crimson bug. It immediately sensed Su Chen's strength. Full-time cultivators were rare in the world. It was even more unheard of for both of them to reach level 5 at the same time. The devouring beast could not help but be stunned. Venerable Exian explained, "Sir, he's indeed a full-time cultivator. Moreover, his strength as a Dharma psychic and an evolver far exceeds those of the same level. This king's luck is pretty good. I actually managed to meet such a high-level full-time cultivator. After devouring you, this king's strength will definitely increase greatly." The devouring beast licked its lips. Its blood-red eyes were filled with greed as it looked at Su Chen. "You want to devour me? Do you think you can boast shamelessly just because you're ugly?" Su Chen curled his lips and sneered. The devouring beast in front of him was only a level 6 mutated beast apart from its evil aura. Did it think it could defeat him with such a weak cultivation? What a joke. Human, you do have the right to be arrogant. However, in front of a real powerhouse, you're still like an ant. The devouring beast sneered. The red glow in its blood-red eyes flickered. Suddenly, a red thread shot out toward Su Chen. At the same time, its long and narrow mouth opened abruptly. A whistling sound could be heard in the surroundings. A chilly wind surged like the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. When the red thread came close, it exploded into a blood-red mist that floated in front of Su Chen. Su Chen felt his spirit tremble. A sense of disorientation welled up in his heart. However, this feeling soon disappeared without a trace. Evil creature? Su Chen squinted his eyes and muttered to himself. The mist formed by the red thread was most likely a kind of demonic filth that could cause one's mind to be lost. If it had been anyone else, even a level 6 cultivator, they might have lost themselves after being hit by this evil thing. However, Su Chen had the ancient godfiend body and was immune to all poisons and evil. Even the most vicious evil being would not be able to do anything to him. "How are you still conscious after being hit by my blood soul technique?" The devourer beast's eyes widened as it roared in shock. As one of his trump cards, the blood soul technique had never failed him in every battle. Even a level 7 cultivator would not be able to extricate themselves from it. Why was it that this level 5 human was not affected at all? This was too strange and inconceivable. "This is your trump card? If you don't have any other means, you can die now." Su Chen sneered and slowly pulled out the enchanted divine saber from his storage pouch. "Do you think that I won't be able to deal with you just because you've broken the blood soul technique? You're too naive." The devourer beast was enraged. After gritting its teeth and roaring, it sucked in a deep breath. But after a violent tremor, dense black threads suddenly appeared and squeezed toward Su Chen at the same time. "It's not mind power. It seems to have some spatial fluctuations." Su Chen could clearly feel that there was an invisible force coming from all directions. Unlike the invisible force formed by mind power, this invisible force had a sharp cutting power, as if it wanted to cut everything into pieces. Facing such a strange attack, Su Chen still did not panic. His hands were quickly covered with a layer of golden light, and he used the heavenly hundredfold vigor technique. "Break!" Su Chen roared. Then he pushed his hands outwards, and with a cracking sound, the black threads surrounding him broke. Chapter 4:15. What a strong physical body. What a violent strength. Who are you? The devouring beast was inexplicably shocked, and its mouth trembled. Seeing that its 2 trump cards had been easily destroyed, its heart was filled with a deep sense of fear. At the same time, it realized that the human in front of it was too terrifying, and that it was no match for him. Still trying to act tough? Su Chen stared at the devouring beast with a mocking expression, and his eyes flashed with a bone-chilling coldness. "Senior, please wait. I have something to say." The devouring beast felt Su Chen's killing intent and hurriedly begged for mercy. Hearing this, Honorable Exian was dumbfounded. What was going on? The powerful devouring beast was actually begging for mercy from a human? Could it be that Su Chen was really that powerful? Thinking of this, his heart could not help but beat wildly. Beside him, Reverend Xiang and the bloodthirsty demon wolf exchanged glances, then quietly retreated. Su Chen noticed the actions of Reverend Xiang and the bloodthirsty demon wolf, but he ignored them. There was still a formation barrier around them, and they would not be able to escape in a short time. Let's hear it. Su Chen turned to look at the devouring beast and said calmly. The devouring beast in front of him was the strongest opponent he had ever met, and he was very interested in its background. Senior, I am Lord Songlang's subordinate. If you kill me, he will not let you go. The devouring beast gritted its teeth and said, What's Songlang's background? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. The devouring beast was already very strong, so how strong would the one he called Lord be? Lord Songlang is the supreme being of the demon clan, an existence beyond level 10. The devouring beast said proudly. Oh, Su Chen nodded slightly. Although he had never seen an existence beyond level 10, he had heard of it a few times, and was no longer as shocked as he was when he first heard it. The devouring beast's purpose in bringing up Songlang was clear, and that was to threaten him. But was that possible? In the past, those who had threatened him, whether they were humans, mutated beasts or foreign races, had all been killed by him without exception. It could be said that no one was qualified to threaten him. Since you are from the Demon Beast clan, why are you colluding with the Puppet clan? Su Chen asked calmly. The devouring beast did not hide anything and said bluntly, Because the Puppet tribe is a subordinate force of our monster tribe. So that's how it is. Su Chen suddenly understood. Some powerful races would often subdue other races as their subordinate forces. From this, it could be seen that the demon race was not as powerful as the 5 great races, but it could still be considered as one of the top races. After figuring out what was going on, Su Chen smirked. Now that I know what I need to know, it's time to send you on your way. You still want to kill me? The devourer beast was shocked. He really could not understand why this human in front of him still dared to make a move when he had already mentioned his origin and Lord Lone Wolf's name. Were they not afraid of the demon race's revenge? Aren't you afraid of Lord Wolf's anger? Su Chen ignored Suoluo and swept out with his blade. Sizzle. A blue current flashing with electricity rushed towards the devouring beast. Lightning-type magic was originally the nemesis of demons and evil creatures, not to mention that it contained the godly thunder of desolation, and its power was unparalleled. Before the devouring beast could react, the blue current had already drowned him. With a shrill cry, the devouring beast was finally turned into ashes under the ravaging of the blue current. At the same time, colorful fragments slowly floated down from the sky. There were more than 100 fragments, and one of them was purple-gold in color. Chapter 416. Su Chen could not help but feel a little excited when he saw so many shards, including one that was purple-gold in color. However, he was not in a hurry to pick up the shards as there were still 2 people and 1 beast left to deal with. Then, he turned to look at Honorable Exian. Honorable Exian was in a daze, as if he was scared out of his wits. The Devourer had always been an invincible existence in his heart. Who would have thought that it would be so easily killed by a human? Faced with a terrifying existence like Su Chen, he knew that it would be impossible for him to escape alive. Hence, he decided not to run away. Exian, remove this damned formation. On the other side, Sage Ziyang roared. Now that Su Chen had killed the Devourer, his next target would definitely be them. If they wanted to live, they had to leave this place as soon as possible. However, the formation that Honorable Exian had set up was extremely sturdy and could not be broken in a short time. Without a doubt, this had cut off his chance to escape. His heart was burning with anxiety, and his heart was pounding furiously. The bloodthirsty demon wolf and Sage Ziyang had the same thought as they continuously attacked the formation's barrier. As a level 6 mutated beast, its strength was boundless. Every time it attacked, the formation would shake incessantly. However, with the formation's sturdiness, it was impossible to break it in a short time. Honorable Exian came back to his senses, his face full of bitterness. Originally, he had set up the formation to prevent Su Chen from escaping. However, he did not expect that they would become turtles in a jar. It was as if he had shot himself in the foot. Don't waste your energy, you two. If you want to live, you have to work together to kill Suchin. Honorable Exian said in a low voice. The formation that he had set up was a level 6 trapping formation. It could be broken with brute force, but it would take some time. However, would Suchin give them time? The answer was obvious. Suchin had enough time to kill them several times over. Hence, he had seen through the situation. Only by working together and risking their lives would they have a chance to live. Go to hell. Daoist Ziyang angrily cursed. Suchin was an existence that could easily kill a devouring beast. What use would it be if the three of them joined forces? Wouldn't they just be sending themselves to their deaths? Right now, he felt that Venerable Isin was very arrogant, so he snorted disdainfully at Venerable Isin's words. He continued to attack the formation together with the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Two idiots. Seeing that Reverend Purple Sun and the bloodthirsty fiend wolf remained unmoved, Reverend Hart was so angry that the corners of his mouth twitched. You're not much stronger than them. At that moment, Suchin appeared in front of Honorable Exian. He raised his saber and slashed at Honorable Exian. In the blink of an eye, a white torrent shot out from within. The surrounding temperature quickly dropped below freezing point, as if they had suddenly entered a world of ice. What a terrifying ice spell. Just as this thought appeared in Knight Exian's mind, he was engulfed by the white torrent and turned into an ice sculpture. Suchin stepped forward and punched Honorable Hart's head. Not far away, Reverend Purple Sun was scared out of his wits when he saw this. The bloodthirsty fiend wolf was also so scared that his entire body trembled violently. At that moment, Suchin was a god of death in their eyes. He would kill whoever he saw. No one could stop him. Put more effort into it. Reverend Purple Sun risked his life and punched the formation again. With a cracking sound, a crack appeared on the formation. Seeing this, Reverend Purple Sun and the bloodthirsty fiend wolf were overjoyed. Just as they were about to attack again, they heard a whistling sound. At the same time, they heard Suchin's mocking laughter. Don't put up any meaningless resistance, because all of you are going to die. Chapter 417. Ziyang subconsciously turned his head and saw a sky full of fist shadows whizzing toward him. Feeling the fierce murderous intent from the fist shadows, he was so scared that he even forgot to dodge and defend. Bang! 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 Both Reverend Ziyang and the bloodthirsty demon wolf were smashed to the ground at the same time. The former was smashed into a pile of meat paste. Although the latter didn't die immediately, all the bones in its body were broken. It was obvious that it wouldn't survive. Suchin raised his hand and shot a wind blade, completely killing the bloodthirsty demon wolf. After the bloodthirsty demon wolf died, more than a dozen fragments dropped from its body. Suchin curled the corner of his mouth slightly, and then began to pick up the fragments. He didn't kill many people this time, but there were a lot of fragments, more than 130 in total. After spending more than 10 minutes picking up the fragments, Suchin dug out 2 level 6 energy stones from the bloodthirsty demon wolf and the devourer. Then he threw out another Pegasus meteor punch, smashing the formation barrier around him. Then he walked out of the main hall of the Purple Mountain. Back in the intelligent war chariot, Yang Hao and the others gathered around Suchin and asked about the situation. Suchin gave a simple explanation and then walked to the driver's seat. His eyes fell on the central control screen, and his thoughts slowly turned. There were no zombies or mutant beasts in the forest area. Staying here was a waste of time. In the other 2 areas of Thousand Feather Island, the number of zombies and mutant beasts was pitifully small. In this way, if he wanted to continue to collect fragments, he would need to leave Thousand Feather Island. At this moment, Suchin was observing an island called Jiaoshu. Jiaoshu Island was only 1/3 the size of Thousand Feather Island, but it was the closest island to Thousand Feather Island. If he wanted to leave Thousand Feather Island, the first place he should go should be the closest one. After setting his goal, Suchin looked for Wu Yang and the others to discuss. Although they were reluctant to leave Thousand Feather Island, they all knew that the outside world was the most vast, and they were full of infinite curiosity. Therefore no one objected. Satoshi, find the shortest route to the Transcendent Sea, Suchin ordered. The sea area between Qianyu Island and Jiaoshu Island was called the Secluded Sea. The best route to Jiaoshu Island was to sail through the secluded sea. Yes. The intelligent war chariot planned its route and sped forward. After that, Su Chen took out constitution potions to help everyone level up. Wu Yang and the others had leveled up when they went to Etian City. It had been a long time since then, and their foundations were solid. After taking the constitution potion, they all successfully advanced. Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian had become level 4 evolutionaries, while Yang Hao and the others had become level 3 evolutionaries. The 3 mutated wolves were level 3 evolvers and level 3 magicians. It could be said that with everyone's advancement, the strength of Su Chen's team had once again soared by a large margin. Even if they went to other islands in the future, with their strength, they would be able to do whatever they wanted. After Wu Yang and the others finished leveling up, Su Chen opened the planting dimension. Originally, he planned to replace the time accelerator with a level 6 energy stone. But the moment he opened it, he clearly heard the longevity fruit tree chatting with a little girl. Su Chen froze for a moment, then released his mental power to check. When his mental power fell on the essence fruit tree, his expression suddenly changed. He saw a girl's face on the trunk of the essence fruit tree. She looked like a 5 or 6-year-old girl, and looked very cute. Chapter 418. The longevity fruit tree sensed Su Chen's presence and called out respectfully, "Master!" The essence fruit tree blinked and called out, "Big brother, you're here." With the help of the time accelerator, she quickly gained sentience. Later on, she learned a little about Su Chen from the longevity fruit tree. Speaking of which, the reason she could live peacefully until now and gain sentience so quickly was all thanks to Su Chen's help. She was very grateful to Su Chen. Little show, the essence fruit tree gained sentience. Su Chen was surprised. It had only been a few days since he got the essence fruit tree. If it could gain sentience in such a short time, didn't that mean it could produce essence fruits? Master, the environment here is very suitable for the survival of the monster plant clan. In addition, there's something that can shorten the growth cycle. That's why the essence fruit tree gained sentience so quickly, the longevity fruit tree explained. Su Chen nodded slightly. Then he looked at the essence fruit tree and said with a smile, "Little Yuan, you and Little Shou will live here from now on. With my protection, you won't be in any danger." "Thank you, big brother." The essence fruit tree was overjoyed. She expressed her gratitude and said, "Big brother, I heard from Grandpa Shou that you need essence fruits. Don't worry, I'll produce them soon. Try your best. But remember, don't hurt your foundation. Otherwise you'll lose more than you gain," Su Chen said seriously. Although he urgently needed essence fruits to improve his mentality, he did not want to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. "I understand, big brother." The essence fruit tree nodded heavily. After a while, Su Chen installed 2 level 6 energy stones on the time accelerator and closed the planting space. "Chenggu, let's play a game?" As it would take a long time to reach the ethereal sea, Yang Hao invited Su Chen to play fight the landlord since he had nothing to do. "Come on." Su Chen did not refuse. After that, everyone gathered to play fight the landlord or listen to music. It was rare for them to enjoy a relaxing time. On the 10th day, they finally reached the transcendent sea. There was a big difference between the transcendent ocean and the Forgotten Worries Ocean. The Forgotten Worries Ocean's water was a kind of dark black, while the Transcendent Ocean's water was azure. Although it was just a difference in color, the Transcendent Sea looked much more comfortable. "Satoshi, can you sail in the sea now?" When they arrived at the seaside, Su Chen immediately asked the intelligent war chariot. He still remembered that the intelligent war chariot had mentioned that it would be able to roam the sea when it reached level 5. "Master, I have no problem sailing in the sea. It's just that the speed is a little slower than on land," the intelligent war chariot replied affirmatively. "All right, let's go down to the sea and head for Jiaoshu Island." Su Chen looked shaken. The intelligent war chariot charged into the sea and quickly transformed from a war chariot into a cruise ship. Although its appearance had changed, it still looked very cool. Su Chen sat in the driver's seat and shifted his gaze to the central control screen. It would take at least half a month to reach Jiaoshu Island. He did not want to waste this time, so he was searching for the whereabouts of the sea monsters. Unfortunately, within the monitoring range, there was no trace of a red dot. Instead, there were 2 blue dots that appeared more than 10 miles away. The detection range of the intelligent war chariot was 500 kilometers, which meant that there was not a single sea monster within 500 kilometers of the sea. This was something that Su-chin did not expect. After pondering for a while, he said, "Satoshi, go to the 2 blue dots and have a look." Chapter 419. A few minutes later, 2 wooden boats, one big and one small, appeared in front of the intelligent war chariot. They were in a state of chase. The small wooden boat was being chased by the big wooden boat. When the intelligent war chariot appeared, the big wooden boat suddenly changed direction and headed straight for the intelligent war chariot. When the two were less than 10 meters away, the big wooden boat threw down a huge net and covered the intelligent war chariot. "Satoshi, destroy this big boat." Su-chin snorted coldly. As soon as Fong Pu met him, he wanted to arrest him without asking any questions. This made him very unhappy. The current intelligent war chariot had a variety of attack methods: ungraded Gatling gun, torpedo launcher, level 2 pulse cannon, and magnetic storm net, could all destroy the wooden boat in front of him. The intelligent war chariot chose the most energy-efficient method and charged straight at the wooden boat. With a loud bang, the wooden boat was cut in half by the intelligent war chariot, and quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. Perhaps because the people on the boat were knocked unconscious, none of them survived. Su-chin did not care about this. He turned to the intelligent war chariot and ordered, "Satoshi, chase after that small boat." The intelligent war chariot changed direction and quickly chased after it. There were only 2 people on the small wooden boat. One was a thin old man, and the other was a dark-skinned, sturdy young man. When the 2 of them saw the intelligent war chariot rushing over, their faces became very ugly. Previously, they had witnessed the scene of the intelligent war chariot destroying the big boat with their own eyes. They knew that if they were touched by the intelligent war chariot, they would definitely end up with the boat destroyed and people killed. However, the intelligent war chariot was too fast. It was far from what their small boat could compare to. They could not escape, and they were afraid of angering Su-chin and the others. The thin old man and the sturdy young man simply stopped the boat and waited for the intelligent war chariot to arrive. When the intelligent war chariot caught up, Su-chin opened the door and walked out alone. He glanced at the thin old man and the sturdy young man and said lightly, "Uncle, I have something to ask you." "Senior, feel free to ask me anything." The skinny old man felt uneasy. Although Su-chin looked young, his identity and strength must be extraordinary to be able to own such a powerful iron ship, so he did not dare to be careless at all. "Are there any sea demon beasts near the Transcendent Sea?" Su-chin asked directly. The skinny old man thought for a moment and replied, "There used to be a lot of them, but in recent years, there have been fewer and fewer of them. This year, I can't even see one." "Do you know why?" Su-chin frowned slightly. Without the sea beasts to kill, he wouldn't be able to obtain the fragments. This was something he didn't want to see the most. "I'm not sure." The skinny old man answered honestly. He was just an ordinary person. He only dared to go out to sea because the sea demon beasts in the Transcendent Sea had disappeared this year. As for why the sea beasts had all disappeared at his level, it could be said that he had no idea. Su-chin thought for a moment and asked again, "What's the origin of the big ship that chased you just now?" "Senior, they are a pirate group on the Gravel Island. They often rob people in the Transcendent Sea. I don't know how many of us they have captured. So that pirate group has existed for many years?" Su-chin asked calmly. "Yes." The skinny old man nodded heavily. "Well, you can leave now," Su-chin said casually, and then returned to the car. "Thank you, Senior." The skinny old man and the sturdy young man felt as if they had been pardoned. They quickly rowed the boat and left the place. As soon as he returned to the car, Su-chin looked at the central control screen and began to search for the specific location of the Gravel Island. Since the pirates had existed for so many years, they must have accumulated a considerable amount of wealth. Anyway, there were no sea demon beasts to kill, so he decided to kill all the pirates on the gravel island. Chapter 420. The image on the central control screen changed and soon, the gravel island appeared. The gravel island was an inconspicuous small island with an area of only about 3,000 square kilometers. Suchin looked at the distance and ordered the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, lock onto the gravel island and head there. Yes. The intelligent war chariot received the order and headed straight to the gravel island. Half a day later, the gravel island appeared within the detection range of the central control screen. Suchin was surprised to see a large number of blue dots gathered on the gravel island. There were at least a few thousand of them. In addition, there was also a huge black dot, and it was not a normal size. It was almost equal to 1/3 of the size of the island. There was no doubt that the black dot represented an alien creature. However, it was Suchin's first time seeing such a huge alien creature. He was shocked and could not help but be a little vigilant. Satoshi, zoom in on the gravel island. As long as it was within the detection range of the intelligent war chariot, anything could be zoomed in or out. The image on the central control screen changed and soon, the gravel island appeared clearly. Suchin took a closer look and his eyebrows twitched. In his line of sight was a huge tree that was as black as ink. It was as tall as a 10-story building. Its wide crown covered the sky and almost covered 1/3 of the gravel island. Moreover, there was a human face in the center of its trunk. Compared to the gentle appearance of the longevity fruit tree, it looked very gloomy and evil, giving people a creepy feeling. It's a demon plant, Suchin muttered. The demon plants that appeared around the mysterious heavenly mainland were most likely brought out by the demon plant powerhouse back then. In other words, they should be more familiar with the longevity fruit tree. With that in mind, Suchin opened the planting space and communicated with the longevity fruit tree. Little longevity, does your demon plant clan have a giant black tree demon plant? Giant black tree? The longevity fruit tree muttered and asked, Master, how big is it? Suchin explained. It's as tall as a 10-story building. Its crown even covers the sky and the sun. Hiss. The longevity fruit tree sucked in a breath of cold air, and its face turned ugly. The essence fruit tree at the side also trembled slightly, as though it was afraid of the giant black tree. Suchin sensed something was wrong. Xiaoshuo, what's its name? Is it very powerful? Master, he is called the Abyssal Black Poria Kokos. He is extremely powerful, or you could say that he is extremely evil. The longevity fruit tree said with a trembling voice. Be more specific, Suchin asked. The Abyssal Black Poria survives by devouring all living things. It is the demon plant with the greatest potential and the strongest strength in our demon plant lineage. Its body is abnormally tough, and it can even cultivate mental energy. Other than that, the most frightening thing is that it can release evil chi. The evil aura is extremely vicious. It is colorless and tasteless, but it can make people lose their minds and make them fall into a trance. Over time, they will completely become the puppet of the Abyss Black Poria, the longevity fruit tree explained. Hearing that, Suchin was slightly moved. According to the longevity fruit tree, the Abyssal Black Poria Kokos could be a demon plant that was both an evolver and a telekinesis master. With the help of the evil chi, its individual combat power should not be underestimated. Among those of the same level, it should not be a match for it. At the very least, it should not be weaker than the Devourer. What level do you think the Abyssal Black Poria Kokos on the gravel island should be? Suchin asked. It should be level 6, the longevity fruit tree said with uncertainty. If it is only level 6, it will be easy to kill it, Suchin said with a smile. Chapter 421. The Abyss Black Poria's greatest reliance was its evil aura. However, this was completely restrained by Suchin's ancient godfiend body. As such, Suchin only needed to deal with a level 6 evolved being and a level 6 telekinesis master monster plant. With his current means, it was not a big problem to crush the Abyss Black Poria. Master, are you going to kill the Abyss Black Poria? The longevity fruit tree and essence fruit tree were shocked. The Abyss Black Poria was the most powerful combat-type monster plant in the monster plant lineage. Its strength was even stronger than those of the same level. Suchin was only level 5 now. Even if he was a full-time cultivator, they did not think that Suchin would be a match for it. At this moment, they were deeply worried for Suchin. "Don't worry, I have a way to deal with it." Suchin smiled slightly and did not explain too much. Then he closed the planting space. After killing the level 6 monster plant, it would definitely drop many fragments. He would definitely not miss this opportunity. "Satoshi, speed up to the gravel island," Suchin ordered. Yes. The intelligent war chariot was activated at full speed and rushed straight to the gravel island. After more than an hour, it appeared on the sea less than 100 meters away from the gravel island. At this moment, the humans on the gravel island discovered the intelligent war chariot. Soon, 2 large wooden boats sailed over. "All of you stay in the car," Suchin instructed. After getting out of the car, he walked on the waves. When he approached the 2 wooden boats, he raised his hand and shot out 2 wind blades, easily destroying them. Then he did not stop and rushed to the island in one breath. Suddenly, the humans on the island attacked Suchin crazily. Suchin could see clearly that these people's eyes were dim and their minds were blurry. They were obviously controlled by the Abyss Black Poria. Therefore, he did not have to be merciful. With a few spells, he killed and injured a large number of these humans. "Human, hurry up and stop. Do you want to die?" Suddenly, a roar resounded on the gravel island. The roar was like rolling thunder, containing extreme anger. Suchin knew that the Abyssal Black Poria was warning him, but he ignored it and continued to slaughter the humans who had lost their minds. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of humans on the island were reduced to less than 100. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The Abyss Black Poria Ridge's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as she roared explosively. The next moment, the entire island shook violently. It was the Abyss Black Poria pulling out a thick tree root from the ground and smashing it down at Suchin. Hoo-hoo, the deafening sound of something breaking through the air was heard, and the sky darkened. In the face of the violent attack of the Abyss Black Poria, the corners of Suchin's mouth twitched slightly. As a hint of disdain appeared, he activated the 100 times great strength technique and grabbed upwards with one hand. Reckless. Abyssal Black Poria Ridge smiled darkly. The force of its roots was at least tens of thousands of kilograms. A mere human cultivator dared to take it head-on with his physical body? Wasn't he courting death? There was a loud boom. The thick tree root of the Abyss Black Poria Ridge collided with Suchin's palm and let out a loud explosion. However, the expected scene of Suchin being smashed into minced meat did not happen. Instead, the Abyss Black Poria Ridge's tree root was firmly grasped by Suchin's hand. Moreover, looking at Suchin's appearance, it seemed as if he did not need to exert any effort. How did he do it? Witnessing this scene, the Abyss Black Poria Ridge fell into a deep daze. A puny human being actually possessed such powerful strength. It was completely beyond its understanding. At this moment, it even wondered if it was dreaming. Chapter 422. Ugh. All of a sudden, the Abyss Black Poria felt an intense pain in its heart. When it saw Suchin tearing its roots apart, the Abyss Black Poria felt extremely ridiculous. It was a level 6 demon plant after all. How could a puny human try to tear off its roots? However, in the next moment, it realized that it was wrong, terribly wrong. The power of the human in front of it shocked it once again. Along with a crisp cracking sound, its entire tree root was torn off from the roots. The Abyss Black Poria screamed miserably. Its tree root was like a human's 4 limbs. When it was torn off, the pain was as deep as the sea, and it was not something it could withstand at all. "That's all you got." Suchin smiled contemptuously, threw away the thick tree root, and immediately rushed towards the Abyss Black Poria. "Human, I want you dead." The hatred of having its roots severed was absolutely irreconcilable. The Abyss Black Poria Ridge was completely enraged. After it opened its mouth and spat out a colorless and odorless wave of air, it released its mental strength and crushed towards Suchin. Suchin did not dodge, and allowed the wave of air and mental strength to attack him at the same time. When the wave of air hit him, he felt his divine soul tremble slightly, as if it had been hit by the blood-soul technique of the devouring beast. However, this feeling soon disappeared without a trace. At the same time, when a majestic invisible force crushed over, he also released his mental strength to resist it. Although Su Chen's mental strength was a level lower than the Abyss Black Poria, he had the ancient God-fiend body and could offset a portion of mental strength. Coupled with his mental strength, the Abyss Black Poria's mental strength could not do anything to him at all. Why can't the evil aura and mental strength have any effect on him? Seeing that Su Chen was clear-headed and his movements were as smooth as flowing water, the Abyss Black Poria was deeply puzzled. At the same time, it could not help but feel an inexplicable fear in its heart. If both of its trump cards could not do anything to the other party, how powerful was the human in front of it? Would it still be a match for him? Su Chen rushed forward and slashed out with his saber. With a sizzling sound, a blue torrent shot out and instantly engulfed the Abyss Black Poria's body. A lightning spell that surpasses level 6. No. The Abyssal Black Poria let out a roar of despair. Its huge body was instantly riddled with holes under the ravaging lightning. "Senior, don't kill me." In the face of life and death, the Abyss Black Poria couldn't care about anything else and loudly begged for mercy. "I'm still waiting for the fragments." Su Chen remained unmoved. He raised his hand and threw out a Pegasus meteor punch. Hundreds of fist shadows fell, smashing the Abyssal Black Poria's body until it collapsed. And its life force was also completely crushed. Boom. The corpse of the Abyssal Black Poria fell heavily to the ground, causing the entire island to shake violently. At the same time, thousands of colorful beams of light shot into the sky. For a moment, Su Chen's eyes were dazzled, and his breathing became heavier. After a long time he lost his voice and muttered, "1,000 fragments." After killing the Abyssal Black Poria, 1,000 fragments were dropped. This was something that he never expected. At this moment, he even doubted if his eyes were playing tricks on him. At the same time, the people in the intelligent war chariot were shocked. Su Chen killing enemies of a higher level had become a common sight for them, and they were already used to it. However, easily killing such a huge demon plant still made them speechless. Wu Yang exclaimed, "He's still as invincible as before." Yang Hao, who was beside him, took a deep breath. Chen Gu is getting fiercer and fiercer. Chapter 423. Su Chen suppressed his excitement and started to pick up the fragments. As usual, he glanced at the fragments and a purplish gold fragment appeared in his sight. "My luck is off the charts." Su Chen walked forward happily and grabbed the fragment. Picked up, 2,000 energy points fragment *111. The fragments are full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. Then he continued to pick up the fragments. 2 hours later, all the fragments were picked up. Su Chen's gaze fell on the corpse of the Abyss Black Poria. He still remembered that when he was at Qianyu Island, he had killed a blood plant and obtained a demonic core. The Abyss Black Poria's level was much higher than the blood plant. It should have produced a demonic core, right? Thinking of this, he started to search. Hard work paid off. After more than 10 minutes, he finally found a blood-colored demonic core that was the size of a fist and was in the shape of a rhombus. In order to confirm its authenticity, Su Chen opened the planting space and placed the demonic core in front of the longevity fruit tree. He asked Xiao Shou, "Take a look. Is this the demonic core of the Abyss Black Poria?" Although the Abyss Black Poria was dead, there was still a large amount of aura left in the demonic core. The longevity fruit tree immediately confirmed, "Master, this is the beast core of the Abyss Black Poria." After saying that, he looked at Su Chen in a daze and his face was filled with shock. Previously, when Su Chen said that he was going to kill the Abyss Black Poria, he found it unbelievable. He was even worried about Su Chen's safety. He did not expect Su Chen to kill it without hesitation. And he really did it. Thus, it could be seen that Su Chen's strength was much more powerful than he had imagined. The essence fruit tree next to him was also surprised. She looked at Su Chen in a daze, her eyes full of worship and awe. After confirming the authenticity of the demonic core, Suchin was about to close the planting space when the longevity fruit tree spoke again. Master, is the corpse of the abyss Black Poria still there? His body has been scattered by me, but there are still many parts that are intact. Do you have any use for them? Suchin asked. The longevity fruit tree was overjoyed and quickly said, Master, the corpse of the abyssal Black Poria contains a large amount of energy and can be used as top-grade nourishment. If we absorb all of it, we can definitely speed up our growth. Hearing this, Suchin's eyes lit up. He didn't want the abyssal Black Poria's corpse in the first place. Giving it to the longevity fruit tree to absorb its energy was equivalent to recycling waste. All right, I'll bring it in right away. With that, Suchin closed the plant dimension and began to deal with the abyssal Black Poria's corpse. After half an hour, when the plant dimension and storage bag were full, he finally gave up. After that, he walked around the island and found nothing, so he returned to the intelligent war chariot. Satoshi, this demon core should be useful to you, right? As soon as he returned to the car, Suchin took out the abyssal Black Poria's demonic core. Master, this demonic core contains a large amount of energy. If you let me install it, I can develop a new function, the intelligent war chariot said excitedly. Suchin's expression changed and he asked anxiously, what new function? In the future, no matter what kind of creatures we detect, I can tell what level they are. Suchin had an idea. This function could be said to be the same as the detection talent of the Crimson Bug and the Devourer. The difference was that the intelligent war chariot's detection range and number were much higher. To Suchin, the benefits of this new function were obvious. In the future, when he encountered an enemy, he could immediately obtain the opponent's cultivation level and be prepared in advance so that he would have the absolute advantage. Chapter 424. After that, the intelligent war chariot continued to sail toward Jiaoshu Island. For 5 days in a row, they still didn't see a single sea demon beast. It was really strange that there was not a single good sea demon beast in such a large area of the sea. On this day, Suchin was sitting in the driver's seat and observing the central control screen. Suddenly, he found that there were a large number of red dots on the screen. There were more than 10,000 of them. It was the first time that he had found traces of sea demons after so many days. Suchin was immediately excited. However, he didn't feel happy for long before he found that there was a huge red dot following closely behind those red dots. Moreover, it was extremely fast and soon caught up with those red dots in front. Then the red dots in front began to disappear in large numbers. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of red dots had disappeared. Seeing this, Suchin already understood what was going on. The huge red dot behind was obviously a powerful sea demon beast. At this moment, it was chasing and devouring some weak sea demons. Satoshi, lock onto that big sea demon beast and zoom in on the screen, Suchin ordered. Yes. The image on the central control screen changed, and a giant octopus appeared. In terms of size, it was comparable to the heavenly overlord turtle. Suchin glanced at it and said, Satoshi, what level is this octopus at? Level 6. The intelligent war chariot directly replied. A level 6 sea demon beast was the overlord of the deep sea. Suchin somewhat understood. No wonder there was no sea demon beast nearby. They must have been eaten by this giant octopus. Satoshi, speed up and catch up with it. A level 6 sea demon beast and tens of thousands of low-level sea demons. Of course, Suchin wouldn't miss the opportunity to hunt. The intelligent war chariot drove at full speed and chased after those sea demons. About 2 hours later, the intelligent war chariot finally caught up with them. However, at this time, Suchin didn't look very good. After 2 hours of chasing, almost half of the sea demon beasts had been killed. There were only about 5,000 of them left. Losing so many fragments in such a short period of time was equivalent to losing several hundred fragments. Suchin gnashed his teeth in hatred. Satoshi, fire with all your might. Kill those sea monsters. If they continued to wait, more sea beasts would be killed by the octopus. Suchin immediately gave the order. Then he rushed out of the car and went straight for the octopus. The intelligent war chariot had many offensive means, But the most effective weapon for hunting sea demon beasts was the torpedo attack. Therefore, as soon as it received Su Chen's order, it launched a dozen torpedoes in succession. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen roars were heard in succession. A huge wave was set off among the sea beasts. Thick water columns soared into the sky one after another. After an unknown period of time, the sea surface became calm again. The color of the sea water had turned blood red. Corpses of sea beasts were floating on the sea surface. There were at least 4,000 to 5,000 of them. The giant octopus was also attacked by a torpedo. However, with its strength, it wasn't hurt at all. At this moment, it was slightly stunned. Then it roared angrily. "Who is it? Who dares to hunt my food? I'll burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Stop shouting. I killed it." Su Chen smiled and walked forward. The giant octopus looked in the direction of the voice. Soon, a tiny human appeared in its sight. "You?" At this moment, the giant octopus felt extremely ridiculous. A mere human dared to hunt its food? Was there something wrong with his brain? Or was he tired of living? "Human, since you killed my food, I'll eat you." The giant octopus let out a piercing shriek. Then it stretched out a thick arm and went straight for Su Chen. Chapter 425. When the giant octopus's tentacles were about to reach him, a purple light flashed under Su Chen's feet, and he disappeared from the spot like a ghost. The giant octopus did not expect Su Chen to be so fast, but it did not take it to heart. After all, it had already noticed that Su Chen was at most level 5. So what if he was fast? In the end, strength was the deciding factor. How could a mere level 5 human be able to do anything to it? The giant octopus turned its gaze and began to search for Su Chen's traces. Suddenly, it found a figure standing in the air above its head. It's that human. How can he stand in the air? The giant octopus's heart trembled. Su Chen's strange means had already made it wary. Just as it was about to attack again, it saw that Su Chen had already launched an attack. Su Chen, who was in midair, held a pitch-black battle sword with both hands and slashed down. In an instant, a white torrent shot out from the sword, and a terrifying chill swept out. The surrounding seawater was attacked by the chill, and a layer of ice formed in the blink of an eye. Level 7 ice spell. The giant octopus was shocked, and its expression looked as if it had seen a ghost. It really could not understand how a level 5 human could release a level 7 spell. Feeling the biting chill, the giant octopus gritted its teeth, waved its tentacles, and smashed them directly toward the white torrent. At the moment of contact, a layer of frost quickly appeared on its tentacles, and it was immediately frozen. The giant octopus was scared, and it struggled with all its might. It even tore off several of its tentacles in an attempt to escape. Su Chen had already noticed this. How could he give it a chance to escape? First, he threw out a Pegasus meteor punch to break the big octopus's skin and flesh. Then he opened the pet breeding space and released the Heavenly King Tortoise and the super ancient devouring Vajra mosquito. "You too destroy it." Su Chen stretched out his hand and pointed at the giant octopus as he shouted. The 2 level 6 spiritual pets roared and rushed up to kill. In a few moves, they divided the big octopus. "Motherf ***, leave a tentacle for me." Seeing that the giant octopus was about to be eaten up, Su Chen shouted anxiously. He hadn't eaten the meat of a level 6 sea monster before. He had to try it this time. He couldn't let the Heavenly Overlord Tortoise eat it alone every time. The Heavenly Overlord Tortoise was quite loyal. It left 2 of the tentacles for Su Chen, and took the rest for itself, munching on it. This guy is really generous. Su Chen clicked his tongue, and waved at the intelligent war chariot. Then he began to pick up the fragments. After killing the giant octopus, it dropped 100 fragments. Adding the 500 fragments from killing the group of sea beasts, he had more than 600 fragments. Su Chen was quite satisfied with this result. After more than 3 hours, Su Chen finished picking up the fragments and collected the corpses of the sea beasts that were still intact. Then he returned to the intelligent war chariot. At this time, Yang Hao and the other 2 came up to him with smiles on their faces and asked, "Chen Ge, when are we eating?" Su Chen knew very well that these three foodies must be thinking about the tentacles of the giant octopus. Then he cut off a tentacle and gave it to Yang Hao to cook. Yang Hao busied himself, and soon, a strong smell of meat wafted in the chariot. Su Chen had nothing to do, so he opened the planted space and installed the newly obtained level 6 energy stone on the time accelerator. Just as he was about to close it, he suddenly found that the essence fruit tree had borne 10 peanut-sized fruits. Each fruit was emitting a strong wave of mind power. Chapter 426. The essence fruit tree has borne fruit. Su Chen was a little excited. However, he found that the essence fruit tree had fallen into a deep sleep, so he asked the longevity fruit tree, "Little longevity, what's wrong with little Yuan?" The longevity fruit tree explained, "Master, the essence fruit tree has just borne fruit and is still a little weak. It won't be long before it wakes up." Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. How long will it take for the essence fruit to ripen? According to this growth rate, it'll take about a month, the longevity fruit tree replied. A month's time was already much faster than Su Chen expected. Later, he chatted with the longevity fruit tree for a while, and then closed the planting space. "Chen Gu, the meat is ready. Come and eat." At this moment, Yang Hao greeted Su Chen. "Coming." Su Chen had long wanted to taste the meat of a level 6 sea monster. After that, the intelligent war chariot sailed toward Jiaosu Island as usual. On the way, the traces of sea monsters gradually appeared, and the further away they were from Qianyu Island, the more sea monsters appeared. During this period, Su Chen had killed several groups of sea beasts, and the harvest was quite considerable. His energy points had exceeded 7,000. On the 20th day, Jiaosu Island finally appeared on the central control screen. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced at it, only to see a large number of blue dots gathered in the corner of the central control screen. At this moment, they seemed to be in a fight, and blue dots would disappear from the screen from time to time. Moreover, he also found that there were many black dots mixed in with one side. This meant that the humans were colluding with the creatures of other races. "Satoshi, what's the strongest level among them?" Su Chen asked. Naturally, he would not let go of any alien creatures. Before that, he would know the strength of the other party so that he could be prepared. "Master, there are 2 level 5 evolvers among them, both human, and a dozen level 4 evolvers," the intelligent war chariot replied. "Satoshi, speed up," Su Chen instructed. In his eyes, a level 5 evolver could be killed with one hand, so he didn't care at all. Yes. The intelligent war chariot accelerated. An hour later, they officially set foot on Jiaosu Island. Ka. As soon as it arrived on land, the intelligent war chariot transformed back into a war chariot. Then he drove straight to the place where the humans were gathered. As they got closer, the number of blue dots on the central control screen increased rapidly. Su Chen roughly estimated that there were at least 200,000 of them. Moreover, most of them were cultivators. With so many cultivators gathered together, it was obvious that a battle of life and death was about to take place. Half an hour later, the intelligent war chariot arrived at a plain. What he saw was a scene of slaughter. Tens of thousands of humans were fighting together. The scene was very bloody and brutal. The ground was littered with corpses and blood, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. The scene in front of him was like a Jura hell. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and walked out of the chariot. Then he roared, "Everyone stop!" His roar was like a thunderclap, echoing in the sky above the plain. The humans who were fighting were all stunned and looked at Su Chen in unison. Under everyone's gaze, Su Chen walked straight forward and said indifferently, "Who can tell me what happened here?" Chapter 427. Su Chen's domineering entrance made the crowd look at each other. One of the middle-aged men with stubble on his face glanced at Su Chen and snorted, "Kid, this has nothing to do with you. Get out of here if you don't want to die." Su Chen's previous roar was able to intimidate everyone present. He was definitely not an ordinary person. The bearded man was more or less afraid. However, thinking that he was surrounded by powerhouses and Su Chen was alone, he was not afraid. The person who wants to kill me hasn't been born yet. An ant like you won't be able to. Su Chen glanced coldly at the bearded man and smiled contemptuously. As soon as he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. Who was this kid? Why was he so arrogant? Lung Bianfeng was a level 3 evolver. How could he be worse than an ant in his eyes? Young people think that they don't know the immensity of heaven and earth just because they have some strength. People like this are common. The ignorant are fearless. This kid probably won't be able to survive. The onlookers were all talking about Su Chen. They all agreed that Su Chen would not have a good ending. The bearded man, Lung Bianfeng, was so angry that the corners of his mouth were crooked. He was a famous powerhouse, but he was regarded as an ant by a strange young man. If he did not get back at him today, how could he survive on Jiaosu Island in the future? Kid, you're digging your own grave. Today I'll teach you how to behave. Lung Bianfeng roared and rushed toward Su Chen with a giant axe in his hand. You're overestimating yourself. Su Chen curled his lips slightly and instantly released his mind power. Lung Bianfeng had just rushed in front of Su Chen and was about to raise his axe to chop down when he found that his whole body was extremely stiff. He could not even blink his eyelids. Mind power. Lung Bianfeng was inexplicably terrified. At this moment, he clearly realized that the young man in front of him was actually a powerful mind reader master. Going head-to-head with a powerful mind reader master was simply courting death. Lung Bianfeng did not hesitate. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, an invisible force squeezed over, and then his whole body exploded with a bang. F***ck. What was going on? Why did Lung Bianfeng self-destruct? Witnessing this strange scene, the crowd roared in shock. However, the people who cried out in alarm were all people with low strength. They could not see through the mystery. As for those who were more powerful, most of them understood what was going on. The reason why Lung Bianfeng died inexplicably was because he was crushed by a powerful spiritual force. The person who released the mental power was undoubtedly the young man in front of him. Lung Bianfeng was a level 3 evolutionary, but he was killed so easily. How strong was this young man in front of him? He was at least a level 4 spirit reader master, and level 5 was not impossible. Thinking up to this point, the experts' minds began to churn. There weren't many spirit reader masters on Jiaosu Island to begin with. Those who could reach level 2 could be counted on one hand, and they all knew each other. However, this young man was above level 4. It was very likely that he had come to Jiaosu Island from somewhere else. So what was his purpose of coming here? Among the humans, an old man with a white beard tossed and turned for a while. He walked up to Su Chen and said politely, I'm Zhu Tong. May I know what brings you here, my friend? Su Chen rubbed his nose and said indifferently, I originally came to kill zombies and mutated people. I didn't expect to encounter a big battle here, so I came to watch the fun. Chapter 428. Hearing this, Zhu Tong's eyes lit up. Both parties were fighting here for the sake of this realm passage. The party led by him wanted to destroy the realm passage, while the party led by Chu Li wanted to protect the realm passage. Both parties had different opinions, so they fought and killed each other. And Su Chen's purpose here was to kill zombies and mutated humans. Didn't that mean he was on the same side as them? Although Su Chen was alone, he was a powerful telekinesis master. When both parties fought, the ones who decided the outcome of the battle were usually the top fighters. Originally, both parties were on par with each other and were in a stalemate. But once Su Chen joined in, the stalemate would be broken. Their chances of winning would greatly increase. On the other side, a middle-aged man with a chiseled face had an ugly expression. He was the top fighter of the other side, Chu Li. If Zhu Tong could think of it, he could naturally think of it too. At the same time, he realized that the situation was very disadvantageous for them, and was thinking of how to resolve the crisis. Old Zhu, my name is Su Chen. Tell me, why are you fighting here? Feeling that Zhu Tong's attitude was not bad, Su Chen announced his name. Zhu Tong pointed at Chu Li and said angrily, Brother Su, a realm passage has appeared here. I'm sure you know the dangers of a realm passage. Originally, we wanted to destroy it. But Chu Li has reached an agreement with the mutated humans, and is trying his best to stop us. This realm passage leads to which race? Suchin was instantly excited. Once the realm passage was opened, large numbers of mutated humans would surge out. At that time, wouldn't they be able to kill them in large numbers? It leads to the monster beast continent, Zhu Tong said without hesitation. Monster beast? Suchin muttered. Previously, on Purple Mountain, he had killed a devouring beast from the monster beast continent. He did not expect to encounter a realm passage that led to the monster beast continent here. Don't destroy this realm passage for now. I still have a use for it, Suchin said in an unquestionable tone. Hearing that, everyone was dumbfounded. Suchin had previously said that he wanted to kill the strange races, which meant that he was on the opposite side of the strange races. Then why keep the realm passageway? This was completely illogical, right? Brother Su, if the interdomain passageway remains open, a large number of demon beasts will rush into Charred Void Island. The human clan will most likely face extinction. Zhu Tong hurriedly advised. Suchin revealed a meaningful smile. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Do you have any plans? What plans do you have? Did he really think that he was invincible just because he was a high-level spirit reader? Once the demonic beasts rush out, we'll all die. Zhu Tong was indignant. Just as she was about to persuade him again, Chuli laughed loudly. Brother Suchun, a wise man submits to circumstances. Your choice is absolutely wise. When the domain passage opens, I will definitely recommend you to the powerful figures of the demon race. From Chuli's point of view, Suchin was on the same side as him in wanting to preserve the domain passage. Originally, the situation was extremely unfavorable to him, but now he felt like there was a glimmer of hope. Suchin glanced at Chuli and snorted. Am I close to you? Stop trying to worm your way into being friends. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Everyone's gaze towards Suchin was incomparably strange. At the beginning, Suchin said that he wanted to kill the strange races. Later, he said that he wanted to preserve the realm passage. Now he was insulting Chuli. His words and actions were completely out of line. Everyone did not understand what Suchin wanted to do. Chapter 429. Chuli swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. His expression turned sullen as he glared coldly at Suchin. Surprisingly, he didn't say anything. Suchin alone was enough to determine the outcome of the battle. Before Suchin made his stance clear, he didn't want to anger Suchin. He didn't want Suchin to completely side with Zhu Tong. Chuli chose to swallow his anger, but Suchin didn't want to let him off. Working with the mutated races was like asking a tiger for its skin. They were considered a great enemy of the human race. Given his style of dealing with people like this, he would completely eliminate them. Chuli, how dare you work with the mutated races? How dare you? Are you going to make the entire human race your enemy? Suchin pointed his spear at Chuli and berated him. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd was stunned. Even Zhu Tong was a little confused. Suchin's actions were too strange. They couldn't understand him at all. Suchun, I gave you some face. Do you really think you're someone important? If you dare to be so presumptuous again, I'll kill you on the spot. Chuli glared at him and snorted coldly. He had already retreated and swallowed his anger. He didn't expect Suchin to be so overbearing. This was intolerable. Admittedly, Suchin did make him a little wary, but he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Even a clay figurine had a temper, let alone a level 5 evolver like him. If he didn't respond after being humiliated in front of so many people, how could he hold his head high in the future? How could he convince his subordinates? You think a piece of trash like you can kill me? Suchun sneered disdainfully and punched out. You. Chuli was so angry that his mouth trembled. Just as he was about to retort, he saw hundreds of golden fist shadows appear in the air. Each fist shadow exuded an extremely powerful aura. Secret fist technique. Zhu Tong's heart raced. He couldn't help but retreat. The others were even more terrified. Their expressions changed drastically, and the cowardly ones had already fallen to the ground. Brother Su, hold on. Being locked down by the sky full of fist shadows, Chuli felt as if there was a dagger at his back. The fear in his heart had reached its peak. He was fully aware that it would be extremely difficult for him to resist such a terrifying secret fist skill, so he loudly begged Su Chen for mercy. Su Chen, however, remained unmoved and punched out from afar. Boom! Bang, bang! Amidst the dense crashing sounds, Chu Li was smashed into meat paste without any resistance. Hundreds of people and a few mutated beasts were implicated and killed on the spot. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this. The might of that one punch was so terrifying that it shook the minds of everyone present. Too strong. Too invincible. A single punch had killed hundreds of evolvers, including a level 5 evolver. Who could be a match for Su Chen? After a long while, the people on Chu Li's side started to get restless. Their boss was dead. Would this super powerful human in front of them let them go? A sense of fear quickly spread among them. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and ran away. Like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples, the others scattered in all directions. Su Chen didn't continue attacking. Instead, he turned to Zhu Tong and said, "Old Zhu, if you don't remove the roots when you cut the weeds, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows." Zhu Tong immediately understood and shouted, "Everyone kill them. Leave no one alive." Once Chu Li was dead, the other party would scatter like monkeys. It was the best opportunity to kill them all. Kill! The humans on Zhu Tong's side shouted excitedly as they gave chase. In an instant, the sounds of killing and screams of agony could be heard for a long time. Chapter 430. Zhu Tong did not join in the pursuit. Su Chen's punch just now had almost wiped out all the experts on Chu Li's side. The rest were just small fries who were not worth worrying about. At this time he walked to Su Chen's side and said respectfully, "Thank you for your help, senior." Su Chen may be young, but this was a world where strength reigned supreme. Su Chen's strength was unparalleled, and he definitely deserved the title of senior. "You should just call me younger brother Su." Su Chen rubbed his nose and continued, "Where is the realm passage that leads to the monster beast continent?" Zhu Tong pointed at a thick stone pillar not far away and replied, "It's inside that stone pillar." Su Chen narrowed his eyes and scanned it. Then he released his mind power, and indeed felt a violent energy fluctuation. He had seen realm passages several times and could naturally confirm that there was one hidden inside the stone pillar. How long will it take for this realm passage to be opened? Su Chen asked calmly. "It should be opened very soon. If we don't stop it now, it'll really be too late." Zhu Tong replied worriedly. Su Chen nodded slightly and said casually, "There's nothing else. You can go about your business." With that he waved at the intelligent war chariot. Zhu Tong gritted his teeth and asked courageously, "Younger brother Su, are you really going to keep this realm passage open?" He knew very well that this question was likely to make Su Chen unhappy. However, for the sake of the humans on Jiaosu Island, he still wanted to know why Su Chen was doing this. Su Chen pursed his lips and said with a smile, "The food has been rather poor recently. I want to catch a few monster beasts to improve it." Oh. Zhu Tong opened his mouth slightly and was speechless. To keep a realm passage open to catch monster beasts for the sake of food and drink, wasn't this too crazy? Su Chen did not explain and walked straight toward the stone pillar. He only stopped when he was 100 meters away. The intelligent war chariot slowly drove to Su Chen's side. After it stopped, Wu Yang and the others got off the chariot one after another. "Chen Ge, what are your orders?" Yang Hao asked. "In a while, a passageway between realms will open on that stone pillar. Let's get ready to hunt demonic beasts." Su Chen explained. When the interdomain passageway first opened, it was very unstable. The level of the demonic beasts that could come out from it would certainly not be too high. There was no need to worry about the safety of Yang Hao and the others. Great, I can finally show off my skills. Yang Hao and the others were very excited. Ever since their breakthrough, they had been roaming around the Transcendent Sea for nearly a month without making a single move. They were all bored out of their minds. At this moment, they were all hoping that the demonic beasts would come out quickly so that they could kill them all. Zhu Tong hadn't left yet. When he saw that Su Chen had many helpers by his side, he realized that Su Chen was determined to kill the demonic beasts. He couldn't help but shout in his heart, "A bunch of lunatics! Where the hell did they come from?" Just as Yang Hao and the others were rubbing their palms together, the stone pillar suddenly shook violently. Then, a circular door of light appeared in the center. At the same time, a violent energy wave spread out from it. "Be careful, the realm passage is open. Demonic beasts will come out soon," Su Chen reminded them. As soon as he finished speaking, a wolf's howl came from the realm passage. Then a red giant wolf more than 3 meters in size darted out. From the outside, this giant wolf was similar to Su Chen's 3 mutated wolf spirit pets. However, judging from its aura, it was only a level 1 monster. Its strength was far inferior to the 3 mutated wolf spirit pets. Chapter 431. Chengge, can we do it now? Yang Hao couldn't wait any longer and asked Su Chen, "Let's do it." Su Chen nodded slightly. It was only a level 1 monster, so he didn't care at all. Kill. But at this moment, Shi Danyu was the first to rush forward. F***ck. Yang Hao and Chao Ran looked at each other and cursed at the same time. Originally, they all wanted to be the first to kill the monster. But Shi Danyu didn't pay attention and didn't give them any time to react. The giant red wolf on the opposite side was originally a little excited when it saw a human rushing toward it. However, after feeling the violent aura emitting from Shi Danyu's body, he was shocked. Then it rushed back into the interdomain passage without hesitation. It was only a level 1 monster, while Shi Danyu was a level 3 evolver. Their strength was not on the same level at all. If it didn't run quickly, it would be smashed to death by the other party. Seeing that the giant red wolf was about to escape, Shi Danyu threw the sky hammer in a hurry. There was a loud bang. Before the giant red wolf could get into the interdomain passage, it was smashed into meat paste by the hammer. "Haha!" Shi Danyu ran forward excitedly, picked up the sky hammer and returned. He came to Yang Hao and Chao Ran's side and smiled foolishly. "I'm sorry, the two of you. Danyu, will take the first blood first." Tisich. Yang Hao and Chao Ran looked away at the same time, ignoring Shi Danyu. "So many monsters are coming out." At this moment, Shi Duo reminded them. Everyone turned to look at the stone pillar, and saw a large number of monsters coming out of the interdomain passage. And there were many kinds of monsters such as wolves, bears, cows, and so on. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of them had come out, and the number was still increasing. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. He licked his lips and said loudly, "Go, don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all." Kill. This time, Yang Hao and Chao Ran took the lead while Shi Danyu lagged behind. Tan Lin and the other 2 women took out their pulse pistols and fired from a distance. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, and 3 demonic beasts died on the spot. Yang Hao and the other 2 also relied on their powerful strength to kill a large number of demonic beasts. So strong. Zhu Tong, who was not far away, was stunned. He could clearly see that Yang Hao and the other 2 were level 3 evolvers. Although the 3 women did not make a move, the weapons in their hands were abnormally powerful. Killing demonic beasts was as easy as chopping vegetables. As for the 2 people by Su Chen's side, they were obviously strong without a doubt. This was because experts were usually the last to show their strength. From this, he suddenly realized why Su Chen had the confidence to kill demonic beasts at the boundary passage. It was because of the strength of his team. In fact, the strength that Su Chen's team displayed was only the tip of the iceberg. The intelligent chariot and mechanical soldier, as well as the 2 level 6 spiritual pets, had not made a move yet. Not to mention, there was still Su Chen, an invincible existence, holding the line. If all of this was revealed, how would Zhu Tong feel? Yang Hao and the other 2 worked together, with the help of Tan Liang and the other 2, and in just a few minutes, they had already killed hundreds of demonic beasts. However, the demonic beasts in the boundary passage continued to surge out. And as time passed, the demonic beasts that came out were of higher levels and stronger. When a large number of level 3 demonic beasts appeared, Yang Hao and the other 2 could not hold on anymore. Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian looked at each other and joined the battle at the same time. Both of them were level 4 evolvers. They killed the demonic beasts as if they were in a no-man's land. Every time they swung their swords, a level 3 demonic beast would die on the spot. Chapter 432. 2 level 4 evolvers. Zhu Tong could not help but click his tongue. Then he turned his gaze to Su Chen. Su Chen's expression was calm from the beginning to the end. He gave off a feeling that everything was under his control. Seeing this, Zhu Tong's heart skipped a beat. Could he really kill all the monsters? This thought only flashed through his mind, but he quickly extinguished it. There were many powerhouses on the monster continent. The monsters that came out now were all cannon fodder. When the interworld passage gradually stabilized, level 4, level 5 and even level 6 monsters would come out. By then, could Su Chen and the others still kill monsters as usual? The answer was obvious. The monsters on the continent, be it in terms of numbers or strength, were enough to wipe out several Jiaosu islands. Su Chen and the others were only a small team. They were definitely no match for them. Thinking of this, Zhu Tong sighed faintly. His mood grew heavier. As more and more demonic beasts were killed, the number of fragments dropped also increased. Su Chen watched for a while, and could not help but walk forward to pick up the fragments. After picking up the fragments, he dragged the corpse of a monster cow back to the original spot. Then he took out the omnipotent oven and started grilling meat openly. Not long after, the rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. Zhu Tong was speechless when he saw this. Now that the battle was in full swing, Su Chen was actually in the mood to grill meat. Was he not too careless? Was he so confident in his own team members? Was he not afraid that they would encounter any mishaps? Although Su Chen was grilling meat, he was also paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. So far, the highest level of monsters that came out was only level 3. Wu Yang and the others could completely handle it. He had nothing to worry about. After grilling meat, Su Chen called Tan Lin and the other 2 to his side. He let them rest for a while and eat some grilled meat to replenish their strength. After Tan Lin and the others were full, Su Chen opened the pet breeding space and released 3 mutated wolves. He switched with Yang Hao and the others. The 3 mutant wolves were both evolvers and magicians. They were even stronger than Yang Hao and the other 2. Their combined killing intent came at the demonic beasts like harvesting wheat, killing them in one go. Zhu Tong was stunned once again. Su Chen's methods were endless, which was something he had not expected. While Su Chen was eating the barbecued meat, his expression suddenly froze. This was because he had discovered that a new batch of demonic beasts had rushed out from the interdomain passage. Most of them were level 4, and there was even a level 5 demonic monkey demon hidden among them. This demon monkey was very cunning. After it came out, it didn't attack immediately. Instead, it blended into a group of low-level demonic beasts and slowly approached Wu Yang. Their goal was obvious. They wanted to ambush Wu Yang. Wu Yang was only level 4. Even if he fought openly, he wouldn't be a match for a level 5 monster. If he was ambushed, it was very likely that he would be killed in one move. Of course, Su Chen would not sit back and do nothing. He opened his storage bag and took out the mechanical soldier. Satoshi, go and kill that monkey demon and bring it back. Yes. The mechanical soldier received the order and rushed towards the monkey demon. At this moment, the level 5 demonic monkey demon was already in front of Wu Yang. While Wu Yang was not paying attention, it suddenly attacked. Level 5 demonic beast. Zhu Tong exclaimed when he felt the powerful aura of the demonic monkey demon. At this moment, he was sure that Wu Yang would definitely die. Wu Yang was also shocked. When the demonic monkey demon pounced towards him, he poured all his strength into it, planning to fight it to the death. However, at this moment, the mechanical soldier attacked diagonally. It was as fast as lightning and cleanly cut the demonic monkey demon into 2. Chapter 433. A level 5 puppet. Zhu Tong exclaimed. He had lost count of how many times he had been stunned. Puppets were rare to begin with, and a level 5 puppet was even more unheard of. At this moment, he was once again deeply shocked by Su Chen's endless tricks. After the mechanical soldier killed the demon monkey, it continued to attack and killed all the level 4 beasts around it. Only then did it drag the demon monkey's body back to Su Chen's side. Su Chen handed the demon monkey's body to Yang Hao and asked him to barbecue it. Then he shouted at Wu Yang and Li Lingtian, "Captain Wu, Uncle Yang, come back." Hearing Su Chen's shout, Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian returned without hesitation. The intelligence of those demonic beasts was not very high. Seeing Wu Yang and Li Wuyo running away, they followed closely behind. What's going on? Are they giving up? Zhu Tong did not know what was going on, and he was deeply worried. Su Chen and the others obviously had the absolute advantage. Why did they retreat without a fight? If they really left, what would happen to the beasts here? Wouldn't Jiaosu Island be plunged into misery and suffering? When Wu Yang and Li Lingtian returned, Su Chen curled his lips slightly. Satoshi fire. Roger that. The intelligent war chariot was almost ready. As soon as Su Chen gave the order, it activated its killing mode. The level 2 pulse cannon, ungraded Gatling gun, and magnetic storm net opened fire at the same time. Bang 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 tut tut tut. Da-da-da. Sizzle sizzle. For a moment, lightning flashed, guns roared, and explosions shook the heavens and the earth. Those beasts that rushed up could not resist at all. In the blink of an eye, more than half of them were killed or injured. Their deaths were even more miserable. Some were turned into sieves, some were blasted into pieces, and some were turned into pitch-black charcoal. It was no exaggeration to say that when the intelligent war chariot opened fire, the scene in front of them was like purgatory. Oh my God! How can there be such a terrifying MCV in the world? Zhu Tong was dumbfounded when he saw the intelligent war chariot killing everything in its path. As far as he knew, wasn't the MCV a vehicle for carrying people? Since when could it become a weapon of mass destruction? Demonic beasts were still rushing out of the domain passage in a steady stream. They were not afraid of death and continued to charge towards Su Chen and the others. However, under the merciless slaughter of the intelligent war chariot, no matter how many there were, they were just numbers. Gradually, the number of dead demon beasts added up to more than 2,000 to 3,000. Looking at the shiny fragments on the ground, Su Chen's mouth curled up. "Chungu, the demon monkey meat is ready. Hurry up and eat," Yang Hao called out. Su Chen took a skewer. He had just taken a bite, but before he could swallow it, an angry roar suddenly came from the domain passage. "You all deserve to die for killing the people of the demon race." As soon as the words fell, a 5-meter-tall demon bear with black manes rushed out of the domain passage. A level 6 demon beast. Zhu Tong's mouth trembled. On Jiaoshu Island, the strongest person was only level 5. At level 6, they were almost invincible. How would Su Chen face such a strong person? He couldn't have been killed in a single exchange, right? Zhu Tong could not help but worry for Su Chen. The demon bear looked around with its bloody eyes and finally locked its gaze on the intelligent war chariot. It was this MCV that had killed their people. It had to destroy it as soon as possible. Roar! The demon bear roared and charged toward the intelligent war chariot. As a level 6 demon beast, its speed was as fast as lightning. With a few rumbling sounds, it appeared in front of the intelligent war chariot. Chapter 434. The intelligent war chariot was only in its level 5 form. Its attack power was not enough to cause damage to a level 6 beast. It could not stop the demon bear's advance at all. However, Su Chen was already prepared. The moment the pet breeding space opened, 2 balls of light, one gold and one red, shot out. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound. A giant tortoise the size of a small mountain appeared in front of the intelligent war chariot. It was the heavenly overlord tortoise. Buzz! Buzz! The red ball of light turned into a fist-sized blood-colored mosquito, circling above the heavenly overlord tortoise's head. Although it was small in size, its aura was not much weaker than the heavenly overlord tortoise's. A level 6 mutated beast. A level 6 insect beast. Su Chen still has such a powerful trump card. Zhu Tong took a deep breath. His face was full of shock, and his heart was in turmoil. Previously, when Su Chen said that he wanted to hunt the beasts, he thought that Su Chen did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, the appearance of the two level 6 spiritual pets completely changed his mind. Although Su Chen's actions were somewhat unscrupulous, what he said and did was not without reason. He had full confidence in himself. At this moment, his hope was rekindled. He thought that Su Chen might really be able to kill all the beasts. This was because the realm passage had just been opened, and there was still a long time before it was completely stabilized. The beasts that could come out were at most level 6. With the strength of Su Chen and the others, it was more than enough to deal with level 6 beasts. On the other side, the demon bear had been slapped to the ground by the heavenly overlord tortoise. The super ancient devouring gorilla mosquito took the opportunity to suck the demon bear's blood dry, causing it to die on the spot. The heavenly overlord tortoise opened its mouth and swallowed the demon bear without even chewing. Killing a level 6 beast is so easy. Zhu Tong's mouth was wide open. He could not close it for a long time. These two guys are a little too much. Su Chen gritted his teeth. The super ancient devouring gorilla mosquito and the heavenly overlord tortoise had sucked his blood and eaten his flesh. They did not even leave him any soup. More importantly, it had devoured all the level 6 energy stones along the way. He felt that it was necessary to teach these two fellows a lesson, so that they would know how to respect him as their master. Following the death of the level 6 demon bear, no high-level demon beasts appeared for a long time. However, the low-level demonic beasts still rushed over one after another, and the intelligent war chariot once again activated its killing mode. During this time, Su Chen and the others gathered together to eat barbecued meat. After eating for a while, Su Chen called out to Zhu Tong, "Old Zhu, come and eat some meat." He had a good impression of Zhu Tong, and he also had some questions to ask. "Thank you, Brother Su." Zhu Tong jogged over. He was overwhelmed by Su Chen's invitation. "Don't stand on ceremony. Help yourself." Su Chen handed over a few skewers of barbecued meat. "Thank you." Zhu Tong took the barbecued meat. She was rather reserved at first, but after taking a small bite and swallowing a mouthful, she could no longer hold back. She really wolfed down the meat. She did not look like a level 5 evolver at all. Su Chen could not help but laugh. He handed Zhu Tong a few more skewers of meat. When Zhu Tong's mouth was dripping with oil, Su Chen asked, "Old Zhu, are there any large groups of zombies or mutated beasts on Jiaosu Island?" "No," Zhu Tong wiped his mouth and replied. Su Chen was slightly disappointed. After thinking for a while, he continued to ask, "Are there any islands near Jiaosu Island?" On the central control screen, he found that there were several islands near Jiaosu Island. But compared to Jiaosu Island, they were much smaller. "There are a few titans on Deep Burn Island," Zhu Tong said vaguely. Chapter 435. Titan Giants. Are the other tribes? Su Chen's expression changed. Titan Giants, just from the name alone, sounded impressive. If they were the other tribes, they must be an unusually powerful race. They are the other tribes, and their combat power is unusually strong. They are almost invincible among those of the same rank, Zhu Tong explained. Hearing this, Wu Yang and the others' eyes flickered. Only Su Chen deserved the title of invincible among those of the same rank. How could the Titan Giants be compared to Su Chen? "Old Zhu, what are the characteristics of the Titan Giants?" Su Chen asked calmly. Now that they knew the whereabouts of the other tribes, the next step of the plan was to go to Deep Burn Island. Before that, it was best to understand the Titan Giants' background and be prepared. Their greatest characteristic is their immense strength. An adult Titan Giant can reach a height of 50 meters, and their strength is enough to shake the heavens and earth. Zhu Tong said with a serious expression. 50 meters. Wu Yang and the others were shocked. Su Chen was also slightly moved. A 50-meter-tall body, not to mention other things, could probably reach 100,000 pounds of strength. If there are such powerful other tribes on Deep Burn Island, why is Jiaosu Island still so peaceful? Su Chen was confused. Logically speaking, with the Titan Giants' powerful combat power, they could easily wipe out Jiaosu Island. Then why hadn't Jiaosu Island fallen? Zhu Tong said with a smile. The reason is simple. The Titan tribe is very afraid of the sea. They don't even dare to go into the sea. There's such a thing? Su Chun and the others were stunned. Just then, the mechanical soldier suddenly reminded, Master, a large group of level 6 beasts are charging out. Su Chun raised an eyebrow and turned to look in the direction of the interworld passage. As expected, more than 20 beasts with abnormally strong auras appeared at the interworld passage. Each of them was a level 6 beast. They gathered together, and the pressure they exuded was like a vast ocean. It was heavy and oppressive, causing one to tremble involuntarily. So many level 6 beasts. Zhu Tong gulped as her face turned pale. If there were 2 or 3 level 6 mutated beasts, he felt that Su Chun and the others would have a good chance. However, if more than 20 of them came out at once, it would be enough to destroy Charred Void Island. How could Su Chun and the others stop them? Brother Su, let's leave Jiaosu Island immediately. Zhu Tong's heart was burning with anxiety as she said in a trembling voice. Why are you leaving? Su Chen's expression was calm as he smiled faintly. So many high-level beasts, it would be a waste not to kill them all. Zhu Tong was dumbfounded. She snuck a glance at Su Chen, only to see that not only was Su Chen not afraid, but there was even a hint of excitement on his face. What was going on? Why wasn't he afraid at all? That was more than 20 level 6 demonic beasts. However, at this moment, Su Chen licked his lips and charged straight towards the group of level 6 demonic beasts. Zhu Tong's heart skipped a beat when he saw this, and he shouted madly, he's crazy. He must be crazy. In the face of more than 20 level 6 beasts, he still dared to charge alone. Wasn't he courting death? How could there be such a crazy and fearless person in this world? Brother Zhu, don't worry. It's just more than 20 level 6 beasts. They won't be able to do anything to Su Chun. Seeing Zhu Tong so nervous that she was sweating profusely, Wu Yang smiled and comforted her. Zhu Tong was completely speechless. According to Wu Yang, wouldn't level 6 beasts be ants in Su Chen's eyes? He couldn't be so pretentious, could he? Chapter 436. While Zhu Tong was still in a daze, Su Chen had already charged into the horde of beasts. He raised his hand and slashed at them. A terrifying ice elemental spell swept forward. Wherever it passed, all the beasts were frozen into ice sculptures. The beasts below level 6 were instantly killed. Although the level 6 beasts did not die, they lost the ability to move and became lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Frost spell. Su Chen is also a psychic sorcerer. Zhu Tong was shocked. Previously, Su Chen had already revealed his identity as a divine psychic sorcerer and an evolver. Coupled with his identity as a psychic sorcerer, Zhu Tong was shocked to discover that Su Chen was a full-time cultivator. What was even more terrifying was that all of his professions were above level 5. Especially his ice elemental spell. It gave Zhu Tong the feeling that it had completely surpassed level 6 spells. It was even comparable to level 7 spells. Oh my god! How could there be such a monster in this world? Compared to Zhu Tong's shock, Wu Yang and the others were much calmer. They were already used to Su Chen's strength, and were not surprised. Su Chen's ice elemental spell froze a dozen level 6 beasts. He did not give them a chance to break free. He quickly used the Pegasus Meteor Punch, and killed them all. The remaining level 6 beasts were shocked by Su Chen's strength and did not know what to do. At level 6, their intelligence had already been activated. They knew that a terrifying existence like Su Chen was not something they could fight against. Even a level 7 cultivator might not be able to win against Su Chen. After exchanging glances with each other, they all fled toward the interrealm passage. Level 6 beasts are running away without a fight? Zhu Tong's mouth was slightly open. His mind was buzzing. He had never thought that a dozen powerful level 6 beasts would be scared out of their wits and flee for their lives when facing Su Chen alone. Where do you think you're going? Su Chen roared and chased after them. Level 6 demonic beasts were full of treasures. Just a single level 6 energy stone was worth a fortune, not to mention the large number of fragments it could drop. Therefore, no matter what, Su Chen would not let them escape. Rumble. Amidst the flashing lightning and rolling thunder, A blue torrent shot out from Su Chen's hand. In the blink of an eye, it submerged a few slow level 6 demon beasts. With a few miserable howls, these level 6 demonic beasts turned into charred corpses. After killing these level 6 demonic beasts, Su Chen didn't stay any longer. A purple light curled up from the soles of his feet. Then his figure blurred and disappeared from the spot. When he revealed his true form again, he was already behind the remaining level 6 monsters. Then he raised both of his hands. A fireball the size of a wash basin shot out from his left hand, while a huge gray wind blade shot out from his right hand. There was a loud explosion. The fireball technique exploded, and the 5 level 6 demonic beasts fell to the ground. Crack, crack, crack. The gray wind blade followed closely behind, cutting the 5 level 6 demonic beasts into pieces. Blood flowed everywhere. Su Chen rushed forward, waving his battle sword. Slash, slash, with a swing of his sword, the level 6 demonic beasts were all cut in half. Thunder, fire, wind, ice. Su Chen is a 4-elemental Dharma psychic. Seeing Su Chen use 4 different spells, Zhu Tong's expression was dazed as he muttered to himself. Wu Yang, who was beside her, reminded her, Su Chen is an all-elemental Dharma psychic. There are still a few spells that he hasn't used yet. All-elemental Dharma psychic? Zhu Tong gulped. Even her breathing stopped. On the other side, Su Chen didn't return. Instead, he started to kill the low-level demonic beasts. With his strength, killing low-level demonic beasts was no different from squashing ants if he attacked with all his might. 10 minutes later, the demonic beasts that rushed out of the interworld passage were all slaughtered. Chapter 437. Human, you've slaughtered tens of thousands of my people. Are you really not afraid of my clan's revenge? You should know that there are existences beyond level 10 in my demon clan. All of a sudden, a majestic voice drifted out from the domain passageway and lingered in Su Chen's ears. Threatening me? Do you demons have the ability to do so? Su Chen curled his lips and smiled contemptuously. He had long heard from the devouring beast that there were existences beyond level 10 in the demon clan. He was not surprised. As for the other party's threat, he did not take it to heart. God knows how long it would take for the interdomain passage to be completely stable. Existences above level 10 could not come out at all. As for level 7 beasts, they might be able to come out. But so what? He was not afraid of level 7 beasts at all. As for level 8 beasts, the possibility of them coming out was very small. Even if they came out, he could exchange for level 6 all attributes fragments at Doomsday Mall, at any time. It was not impossible for him to become a level 6 cultivator and kill enemies 2 levels above him. Arrogant. The strength of our demon clan is not something a weak human like you can imagine. A contemptuous snort came from the interdomain passage. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said sarcastically, Since you're so awesome, why don't you send your people to kill me? Do you only know how to talk? As Su Chen finished speaking, the sound of teeth grinding came from the interdomain passage. Obviously, the demon inside knew that it could not do anything to Su Chen, and could not stand Su Chen's provocation. It gritted its teeth to vent its anger. Human, before the interdomain passage is stable, we can't do anything to you. But the interdomain passage will be stable sooner or later. By then, do you think you still have a chance to live? After a long time, an old voice came from the interdomain passage. Compared to before, although this sentence also contained a threat, it was far less powerful than before. Su Chen was almost amused by this sentence. At this moment, he even thought that the demonic beast opposite him was an idiot. Would it sit and wait for the interdomain passage to be completely stable, and let those high-level demon beasts come out to kill him? As long as the signs were not right, he would immediately destroy the interdomain passage. Therefore, the other party's thoughts were just wishful thinking. Trying to threaten him with this was no different from wishful thinking. You've reminded me. Why don't I blow up the interdomain passage right now and make you give up completely? Su Chen muttered. Although his voice was not loud, he believed that the demonic beast opposite him could definitely hear him. Human, if you dare to destroy this passageway, you will become a mortal enemy of the demon race. You should know that our demon race has more than one domain passage that leads to your human race. The demon beast on the other side of the domain passage seemed to be very nervous, but it still gritted its teeth and threatened. Suchin snorted. With a flip of his palm, a ball of lightning pulsing with electric light condensed, and was about to throw it into the interdomain passage. Stop. An impatient roar rushed out. Do you think we'll stop just because you say so? Do you think I don't care about my reputation? Suchin was unmoved, and once again poured lightning magic power into the ball of lightning, making the lightning power even more violent. Human, everything can be discussed. As long as you promise not to change the interdomain passage, I can pay you some compensation. The demon beast on the other side of the interdomain passage finally lowered its head and began to discuss with Suchin. Suchin was waiting for this sentence. He was definitely going to blow up the interdomain passage, but before that, why not extort a sum of money from the other party? Just like when he was in Etion City, he had extorted an expert of the half-beast race and made the other party kneel down and call him grandfather. This was also what he was thinking now. Chapter 438. Then give me 1,000 level 6 energy stones first, Suchin said casually. Low-level energy stones were no longer of much use to him. This was because the intelligent war chariot had already been upgraded to level 5. The next step was to upgrade to level 6. Only level 6 energy stones would be of use. What did you say? 1,000? Do you think level 6 energy stones are cabbages? The monster powerhouse was furious. Suchin's request was no different from toying with him. He could not even take out 100 level 6 energy stones, let alone 1,000. Does that mean there's no room for negotiation? Suchin pretended to be angry. He knew very well that the other party would definitely not be able to take out 1,000 level 6 energy stones. The reason why he asked for such a high number was to wait for the other party to bargain. Of course we have to negotiate, but you can't ask for so much, right? The monster powerhouse said while holding back his anger. Then how many level 6 energy stones can you give me? Suchin continued to ask. 38. This is the most I can give you. I don't have any more than that. The monster powerhouse said while gritting his teeth. Giving out 38 level 6 energy stones in one go was a bit of a loss even for him. However, in order to protect the interrealm passage, he was going all out. At the same time, he swore to himself that once the interrealm passage was completely stabilized, he would chop this hateful and greedy human into pieces as soon as he got out. Suchin was not very satisfied with this number, but he thought that he would cheat as much as he could, so he accepted it. Alright, I agree. Give me the energy stones now, Suchin said loudly. Human, you must keep your promise if you accept the energy stones. The monster powerhouse was afraid that Suchin would go back on his word, so he reminded him. Don't worry. As long as I'm satisfied, I'll keep my promise, Suchin said solemnly. There was actually another layer of meaning in his words. If he was not satisfied, sorry, but the interrealm passage would still be destroyed. Of course, with the monster powerhouse's intelligence, he would not be able to react in time. Seeing that Suchin agreed so readily, the monster powerhouse did not hesitate and threw out a cloth bag. It flew out of the interrealm passage and landed in Suchin's hands. Suchin counted the number. After confirming that there was no mistake, he happily threw it into the storage bag. Human, you've already accepted the item. Hurry up and leave this place, the demonic beast expert urged. Suchin curled his lips and snorted. Why should I leave? You're not keeping your promise? Are you going back on your word? The demonic beast expert flew into a rage. If they were not separated by a domain passage, he would have gone out to kill Suchin. Is there something wrong with the brains of your demonic beast clan? When did I say that I didn't keep my promise? Suchin snorted. Then why aren't you leaving? The monster powerhouse was confused. Suchin rubbed his nose. I clearly said that I would only leave if I was satisfied. Now, I'm not very satisfied. What else do you want? The monster powerhouse felt that something was wrong. You offended me just now. Kneel down and call me Grandpa. Maybe I'll consider forgiving you. Suchin held back his laughter and said mockingly. Dream on. The monster powerhouse could not stand it anymore and roared angrily. At this time, he had already realized that the human opposite him would not keep his promise. And he was clearly being played by the other party. Since you're not giving me face, I can only destroy the interrealm passage. Suchin sighed. Human, I won't let you go. The monster powerhouse's lungs were about to explode. Chapter 439. Come out and bite me if you don't like it. Suchin curled his lips. After a provocative remark, he ignored the other party and turned to beckon Yang Hao and the others to come over. He was not in a hurry to destroy the interrealm passage. Once the interrealm passage collapsed, the destructive power would be unimaginable. There were still a large number of fragments and energy stones at the scene that had not been dealt with. At least, he had to wait until he had collected all the fragments and dug out all the energy stones before he could act. After receiving Su Chen's message, Yang Hao and the others hurried over and began to dig out the energy stones. Su Chen began to pick up the fragments. The number of monsters killed this time was more than 10,000, and there were many high-level monsters among them. Therefore, the number of fragments dropped was more than 2,000, which was a very impressive number. According to habit, before picking up, Su Chen first glanced at the fragments. When he did not find any purple gold fragments, he began to pick up the fragments closest to him. The first was a purple fragment. Picked up 9th Heaven Dazzling Thunder Fragment X1, 1010. The number of fragments is full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen was suddenly a little excited. 9th Heaven Dazzling Thunder was a lightning element manifestation, and it had automatically integrated into the lightning element magical power. After that, the lightning element magical power had integrated into the two manifestations. Its power had increased by another level, and it was on the same level as the ice element magical power. The first fragment he picked up was already a lightning element manifestation, which made Su Chen a little excited. After taking a deep breath, he continued to pick up fragments. The second was a black fragment. Picked up Green Mountain Quenching Wood Stone Fragment X1, 910. The number of fragments is not full. Cannot be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. Not exchanging. Green Mountain Quenching Wood Stone was a god stone fragment. He only needed one more fragment to complete the collection. Of course, Su Chen was reluctant to exchange for it. Later, he continued to pick up fragments. After more than 2 hours, all the fragments had been picked up, and most of them were exchanged for energy points. Su Chen began to count his gains. Although there was no purple gold fragment this time, his energy points had still exceeded the 10,000 mark, reaching 10,100 points. At this point, he could choose any one of the fighting skill of 10,000 Lights 10 Shadows, 5 Elements Thunder Purgatory Formation, Illusionary Blazing Feather Divine Dragon, and Chaos Sky-Splitting Sword. After all, 10,000 energy points was not a small amount. Su Chen would not casually exchange them before he thought it through. Apart from the energy points, there was also a bottle of level 5 Constitution Potion, and 2 bottles of level 4 Constitution Potion. They were all very valuable items. In addition, he had also collected the Green Mountain Quenching Wood Stone, like the Big Dipper Broken Star Stone, and the Earth Vein Fire Meteorite. The Green Mountain Quenching Wood Stone weighed 5,000 kilograms. It also had a certain healing effect, which was similar to the Serene Pool Divine Wood. That was all he had gained today. As Wu Yang and the others were still digging for energy stones, Su Chen returned to the Intelligent War Chariot and began to search for the location of Deep Blaze Island. If there were no more monsters coming out of the Interrealm Passage, he would blow up the Interrealm Passage and go to Deep Blaze Island to meet the Titans. Deep Blaze Island and Charred Void Island were only slightly more than 1,000 miles apart. Its area was only 1/10 the size of Charred Void Island. After finding the location of Deep Blaze Island, Su Chen got out of the chariot and joined the team digging for energy stones. After an hour of continuous effort, all the energy stones were finally dug out. After Suchin put some of the more intact monster corpses into his storage bag, he instructed Wu Yang and the others to get into the chariot and leave this place far away. After that, he released the thunderstorm spell to blow up the interrealm passage. Chapter 440. After saying goodbye to Zhu Tong, Suchin returned to the intelligent war chariot and set off for Deep Burn Island. By the time they were halfway there, the sky had already turned completely dark. It had been a long day and everyone was a little tired. Suchin decided to stop the intelligent war chariot and rest for the night. After that, Yang Hao and the others began to prepare dinner. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone found a place to rest. Suchin lay in the driver's seat and activated the Doomsday Shopping Center. His energy points had already exceeded 10,000. It would be a waste to keep them. It was time to increase his strength again. However, there were still many things that could be exchanged for 10,000 energy points. He could not decide which one to exchange for. After thinking about it, he finally decided to start with weapons. At the moment, he still lacked a sharp weapon that could kill with one blow. Although the enchanted sword was not bad, its main attack power still relied on magic. It could not fully unleash his strength as an evolved person. Among the weapons, the Chaos Skysplitter sword and the Xianyuan sword should be good choices. The former was 10,000 energy points, while the latter was 5,000 energy points. Following the principle of getting what you pay for, Suchin chose to exchange for the Chaos Skysplitter sword. The moment the exchange was successful, a 2-meter-long pitch-black sword suddenly appeared in his hand. From the outside, there was nothing special about it. However, Suchin could clearly feel an extremely sharp sword aura and killing intent hidden in the sword. He even had an illusion that as long as he held the sword and swung it forward, no matter what was in front of him, it would be destroyed. Good sword. Suchin was excited. He reached out and touched the Chaos Skysplitter sword. However, at this moment, a feedback message was sent to his mind. The Chaos Skysplitter sword's biggest feature was that it had the power to tear space. When the sword was swung, a space vortex would appear in front of it. Once the opponent fell into it, they would suffer a fatal blow from the tearing space. Those below the same level would instantly turn into nothingness after being hit by this attack. Those who were one level higher would also die unless their physical bodies were exceptionally strong. After reading the feedback, Suchin clicked his tongue, and a touch of excitement appeared on his face. With his strength and the help of the chaotic sky-splitting sword, he was confident that he could defeat or even kill an opponent 2 levels higher than him. There was no doubt that Suchin's current strength had increased by a large margin, and he had taken another solid step on the path of invincibility. After a while, he put the Chaos Sky-Splitting sword into his storage bag and opened the planting space to check. The moment the plant dimension was opened, a majestic life force and spiritual power filled it. "Master, you're here." Sensing Suchin's arrival, the longevity fruit tree asked respectfully, "Xiaoshou, has your fruit ripened?" Suchin asked. In the past, he had entered the plant dimension several times, but he had never felt such a strong life force, so he had his suspicions. "Master, the longevity fruit has matured. You can harvest it now." The longevity fruit tree replied affirmatively. Originally, according to the normal growth cycle, it would take several years for the longevity fruit to ripen. However, after absorbing the energy of the abyss black poria, and with the help of the time accelerator, the ripening time was shortened by 100 times. This made Suchin pleasantly surprised and excited. After taking a breath, Suchin asked, "Do I need to consume it immediately after I harvest it?" He thought that he had no use for the longevity fruit now. It would be best if he could store it. However, he was worried that the life force in the fruit would disappear. Chapter 441. As long as you don't leave this space, even if you store them for 100,000 or even 1,000,000 years, there won't be any signs of loss, the longevity fruit tree said solemnly. After getting the confirmation from the longevity fruit tree, Suchin quickly took action and plucked the 10 longevity fruits one by one. Then he turned his gaze to the essence fruit tree. At this time, the essence fruit tree was still in a deep sleep, but the fruit it bore had changed from the size of a peanut to the size of an egg. Little show, are the essence fruits about to ripen? Su-chin asked. The essence fruit could increase the strength of one's mental strength, which meant that it could increase one's combat strength. This was what he needed the most at the moment. Therefore, he paid special attention to the essence fruit. Master, when the essence fruit tree wakes up, the fruit will naturally ripen. It shouldn't take many days, the longevity fruit tree replied. Su-chin nodded slightly, then closed the planting space. Master, we found the figure of a mutated race nearby. At this time, the intelligent war chariot suddenly reminded him. Mutated race? Su-chin raised his eyebrows and looked at the central control screen. He saw that less than 100 miles away, there was a black dot moving quickly. It was extremely fast. Satoshi, lock onto the mutated race and zoom in on the image, Su-chin ordered. Yes. The image on the central control screen changed, and soon a mutated race man with a pair of black wings, light blue skin, and two long and narrow fangs at the corner of his mouth appeared. Night Devil race. Su-chin recognized the other party's origin at a glance, and his expression changed slightly. Back then, when he was in Full Moon City, he had killed a woman from the Night Devil race and learned from her that there was a boundary passage at Wanlian Mountain Island. And this man from the Night Devil race was most likely from Wanlian Mountain Island. As one of the 5 super races, the Night Devil race had attracted his attention. Satoshi, what level is he at? Su-chin asked again. Level 5 Evolver, the intelligent war chariot said directly. Level 5. Su-chin raised his eyebrows. No matter which clan a level 5 cultivator was from, he could kill them with one hand. However, when he was interrogated by the Night Demon Woman, he found out that the realm passage on 10,000 Links Mountain Island was very unstable. The highest level of night demons that could come out was level 3 and below. If the Night Demon Woman wasn't lying, didn't that mean that the realm passage of the myriad linked mountain island had become much more stable? At least level 5 cultivators could enter and leave freely. Then would there be night demons of a higher level? Considering that he had to make a trip to myriad linked mountain island, it would be best to find out more about the Night Demon clan before that. Thus, he decided to capture that Night Demon clan member and interrogate him. After saying goodbye to Wu Yang and the others, Su-chin left the intelligent war chariot and used One Step to Heaven. He also activated Rapid Speed Boots and chased after the Night Demon. Rapid Combat Boots had been upgraded several times, and the effect of increasing one's speed increased with each passing day. Su-chin was only a level 5 evolver, but his speed was comparable to a level 7 evolver. After spending about half an hour, he caught up with the Night Demon Man. The Night Demon Man noticed that someone had appeared behind him. His expression turned cold, and he suddenly turned around to look. When he saw that it was a young human who had chased after him, he was startled and asked in surprise, "Human, how can you fly?" Everyone knew that humans didn't have the ability to fly, so how did this human do it? This caused him great concern. Chapter 442. It's none of your business whether I can fly or not. Su-chin curled his lips and scolded. You. Why do you speak our language? The Night Demon Man was shocked. The young human in front of him could not only fly, but also speak their language, which made him feel very strange. You talk too much. Su-chin snorted and said coldly, "Tell me where you come from, and I can spare you from physical pain." Are you threatening me? The man from the Night Demon race was stunned for a moment, then he laughed wildly and said, "Human, are you tired of living? Since you know who I am, how dare you speak so rudely? Is there something wrong with your brain?" The Night Demon race was a super race, and he was a level 5 evolver. A mere human dared to be so arrogant in front of him. What a joke. Seems like you're forcing me to make a move. Su-chin rubbed his nose and didn't say anything more. He charged straight at the Night Demon Man. You're also a level 5 evolver? But do you think you can defeat me with this little ability? Wishful thinking. The Night Demon Man looked at Su-chin with disdain. He punched out as Su-chin rushed toward him. Although they were at the same level, The night demon race's physical body was ranked first among all the races. In his opinion, with this punch, the human in front of him would be severely injured even if he did not die. Go to hell. The night demon man sneered and punched toward Su Chen's face. Su Chen curled his lips and reached out to grab the night demon man's fist, making him unable to move. Why are your physical body and strength so strong? The night demon man's eyes were filled with fear as he screamed. At this moment, he felt like he was hallucinating. The human in front of him was like a towering mountain. No matter how he struggled, he could not move him at all. There are many things you don't know. Su Chen's lips curled into a strange smile. Then he exerted a little force, and with a crack, the night demon man's fist was smashed into a pile of meat. Ah! Intense pain surged into his heart, and the man from the night demon clan let out a shrill scream that reverberated in the dark night sky. Noisy! Su Chen snorted and knocked the night demon out with a punch. Then he carried him back to the intelligent chariot. Human! How dare you attack my night devil clan? Let me go, or you'll have to bear the consequences. The night demon man found himself tied up in a strange place and roared angrily. Is this guy an idiot? You still dare to be so arrogant? Why don't we stick to the old rules and just gouge out your eyeballs? I might as well smash this thing to death with a hammer. Yang Hao and the other two were standing around, discussing how to deal with the night demon man. Su Chen interrupted with a smile. Don't be in such a hurry. I still have something to ask him. If he refuses to admit it, it won't be too late for you to make a move. Then he stared at the night demon man and said coldly, You came from Myriad-linked Mountain Island, right? Tell me about the situation there. Hee hee. The night demon man sneered disdainfully. Human, you do have some skills, but if you want to go against the night demon clan? Ah! Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, he screamed in pain. It was Su Chen who broke one of his arms with a stomp. If you dare to speak rudely again, I'll cut you into pieces. Su Chen's face was cold, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. You. The night demon man's mouth trembled. He was furious, but he did not dare to talk back to Su Chen. Chapter 443. Later, under the torture of Su Chen and the others, the man of the night demon clan completely broke down and confessed everything. It turned out that the interworld passage at 10,000 Mountains Island had stabilized. Level 5 cultivators could enter and leave freely. A level 6 cultivator had also come out and was now guarding 10,000 Mountains Island. The entire island had been taken over by the night demon clan. The original humans, zombies, and mutated beasts on the island had all been slaughtered. After receiving news of 10,000 Mountains Island, Su Chen blasted the night demon man's head with a punch. The moment he fell, 10 shards flashed on his body. Su Chen picked them up one by one. The first 9 shards were not very useful and were exchanged for energy points. The last shard made him a little excited. It was a Godstone shard, and a brand new one at that. It was the Aquamarine Mercury Stone. Not bad. Su Chen's mouth curled into a smile. After dealing with the night demon man's body, the group continued to rest. The next day, the intelligent war chariot continued its journey to Deep Burn Island, and arrived at the island in less than an hour. On the central control screen, Su Chen found that not far from where they were, there were more than a dozen humans busying themselves. This made him very confused. Logically speaking, Deep Burn Island was the Titans' territory. The humans should have killed them long ago. Could it be that they are all experts? Thinking of this, Su Chen asked the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, what level are those humans at? Master, they are not cultivators. They are a group of ordinary people. Ordinary people. Su Chen was even more confused. How could ordinary people survive under the Titans' noses? This was too unbelievable. Let's go and take a look, Su Chen said and walked straight out of the vehicle. Not long after, Su Chen and the others appeared in front of this group of people. There were 15 of them and they were scattered in the forest, picking some fruits and other things. Su Chen walked to the side of an old man and asked softly, Uncle, are you collecting food? The appearance of Su Chen and the others surprised the old man. He stared at Su Chun and said, "Little brother, you're not from Deep Flame Island, are you?" Su Chun nodded and said with a smile, "I have indeed just arrived. I have something to inquire about." The old man sighed and reminded him, "I don't care what you're here for. I advise you to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise you'll be killed." Su Chun rubbed his nose and asked casually, "Why would it bring about a fatal disaster?" He didn't understand. Since there was danger here, why would ordinary people like them stay here? There are 4 titans on the island. They are extremely strong and powerful. If you are discovered by them, you will be in trouble, the old man said in a deep voice. Su Chun knew that the old man was doing it for his own good. However, he was still a little confused and asked, "Uncle, why don't you leave this place? Our relatives are under their control. We can only work for them." The old man smiled bitterly. "Oh," Su Chun said in realization. Thump thump. However, at this moment the ground suddenly trembled. Immediately after, a 20-meter-tall blue giant walked slowly in their line of sight. "You're finished now." The old man sighed deeply. The appearance of the titans meant that Su Chun and the others would definitely not be able to escape. They would definitely end up in a miserable state. Chapter 444. It seems to be a young Titan giant. Su Chun sized up the Titan giant and muttered to himself. An adult Titan giant was 50 meters tall. The one in front of them was only 20 meters tall, so it was considered a young Titan giant. Oh, there are a few more humans. That's great. The young Titan giant's eyes lit up when he noticed Su Chun and the others. He even started drooling. In his eyes, humans were actually a type of very delicious food. He had eaten many humans when he first came to Deep Burn Island. However, as the number of humans decreased, he had not eaten such delicious food for a long time. He missed it very much. Now that Su Chun and the others had appeared, he would not miss it. "Be obedient and be my food. Don't resist." The young Titan giant grinned and reached out to grab Su Chun and the others. Yang Hao and the others' expressions changed when they saw this. The young Titan giant's hand was like a small mountain, giving them a heavy psychological pressure. "You want to eat us?" Su Chun sneered and strode forward. He reached out and clawed upward. What is he trying to do? Seeing Su Chun's strange action, the old man at the side was stunned. If Su Chun was compared to the young Titan giant, he was only the size of the latter's finger. The difference in size was too great. How could he fight it head-on? Wasn't this like hitting a rock with an egg? The young Titan giant thought that Su Chun was provoking him, and was instantly enraged. He changed the direction of his claw, and went straight for Su Chun. Su Chun waited until the big hand was about to grab him before he suddenly released his spiritual power to wrap around it. Although the young Titan giant was huge in size, he only had the strength of a level 3 evolver. Even if his strength was far superior to his peers, he could not break free from Su Chun's level 5 spiritual power. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp. "Human, you're a level 5 telekinesis master?" The young Titan's expression changed a little. To be able to bind him to this extent, a level 4 spirit reader was definitely unable to do so. Su Chun pursed his lips and reached out to grab one of the young Titan's fingers. Then he performed the heavenly 100-fold vigorous technique, and lifted it up easily. Then he slammed him to the ground. Boom. Amid a deafening boom, the young Titan was sprawled out on the ground. With him at the center, the ground around him was riddled with cracks that resembled a massive spiderweb. At this moment, the young Titan was in a daze, and even thought that he was still in a dream. Although he was still young, his weight had reached tens of thousands of kilograms. How could he be thrown to the ground like a dead dog by a weak human? When did the human race become so ferocious? Did he evolve? He had become the god of strength? What terrifying strength! When the old man saw this, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. After holding on for a while, he finally fell to the ground powerlessly. The hearts of Wu Yang and the others surged. They had all seen Su Chun's invincible divine strength. However, every time, it would cause them to feel an extremely strong sense of shock. This time was no exception. The Titans, who were known for their strength, were like ants in Su Chen's hands. It was unbelievable. Su Chen caught his breath and released the wood elemental entanglement technique. After firmly binding the young titan, he jumped onto his face. If you don't want to die, shout loudly. Call your parents and brothers and sisters over. Su Chen lowered his head and glanced at it, shouting softly. His goal was clear. There were a total of 4 titans here. If he captured one, there would be 3 left. Naturally, he would capture all of them in one go. Chapter 445. The young titan felt extremely humiliated, and flames of hatred burst forth from its eyes. Although the Titan tribe was not one of the 5 supreme tribes, they were still one of the strongest tribes among the tens of thousands of tribes. He had never thought that he would be humiliated by a human. Human, let me go at once. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. The young titan roared furiously. Su Chen pursed his lips. He lifted his leg and stomped down hard. The crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard. A part of the young titan's huge forehead immediately caved in. Ah! The young titan cried out in pain. This young man is crazy. The old man at the side clicked his tongue. He could not help but retreat. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated hundreds of meters and put some distance between himself and Su Chen. He could clearly see that Su Chen seemed to be torturing the young titan. He was too bold. If he did that, he would definitely attract the rest of the titans. When that happened, he would have to face the wrath of 3 adult titans. He would probably be crushed to death in a single blow. In truth, he did not know that Su Chen's objective was to attract the rest of the titans. As expected, after the young titan cried out a few times, a few furious roars came from the center of Deep Burn Island. Immediately after, the entire island began to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Thump, thump, thump. Amid a series of hurried footsteps, 3 huge figures approached from afar. They were like 3 moving mountains. It was a shocking sight. Boom. When the 3 titans came close, they stomped on the ground, causing the ground to rumble. A deep pit was formed from their stomps. From this, one could see how powerful he was. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. He saw that the 3 titans were over 40 meters tall. The one in the middle, in particular, was 50 meters tall. Moreover, their auras were as vast as the ocean. It was so oppressive that Wu Yang and the others could hardly breathe. One of them is at level 5, and the other 2 are at level 4, Su Chen mumbled confidently. He quickly determined the levels of the 3 titans based on the aura they exuded. However, the titans were massive in size and had immense strength. Their true combat strength far exceeded those of the same level. Even a cultivator who was a level higher than them would not be able to gain any advantage over them. Human, let go of my son, or I'll skin you alive. The 50-meter-tall titan stared at Su Chen with bone-chilling eyes. It was as if it was resisting the urge to tear Su Chen to shreds. The other 2 titans were also glaring at Su Chen with gritted teeth. They were already treating Su Chen as a dead man. A mere puny human had actually dared to humiliate the titan race. He deserved to die 1,000 times over. Unforgivable. They all secretly swore that no matter what, they would kill Su Chen today. Su Chen rubbed his nose. Under the gaze of the 3 titans, he suddenly punched the young titan in between his eyebrows. There was an explosion with a bam. The young titan's huge head exploded, and he died on the spot. At the same time, 10 shards appeared on his corpse. Arg! I'll kill you. The 50-meter-tall titan watched his son die tragically in front of him, and a violent anger rose to the sky. Like an erupting volcano, he rushed straight toward Su Chen. Kill him. The other 2 titans were also enraged. They attacked Su Chen at the same time. Chapter 446. The 3 titans joined forces. Their imposing manner was majestic, like raging waves, directly crushing toward Su Chen. If it had been anyone else, they would have been immobilized by the pressure. But what kind of storms and waves had Su Chen not seen before, and who knew how many experts he had killed? As the 3 titans charged over, he raised his hand and swung his sword horizontally. Suddenly, a terrifying chill swept across the area. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to have been frozen, and the 3 titans were sealed in ice without being able to resist. The 2-level, 4 titans soon lost consciousness and their lives were draining away. However, the level 5 titan did not give up. It struggled wildly and tried to break free. However, what he did was useless. Su Chen's frost spell was a combination of the northern chill ice and the mysterious ice of the 9th level, and its power was comparable to a level 7 frost spell. How could a level 5 titan break free from it? After trapping the 3 titans, Su Chen put away his enchanted sword and took out a black sword. He had not obtained the chaotic sky-splitting sword for long, and did not know how powerful it was. Now was the time to test it out. Suddenly Su Chen swung his sword. In front of where the long sword was pointing, a black hole about 10 feet in size strangely appeared. There seemed to be a vast starry sky in the black hole, and it contained a terrifying killing intent. Immediately afterward, the black hole rotated and quickly appeared on the 3 titans. There was a sizzling sound as the titans were reduced to nothingness when they came into contact with the black hole. In the blink of an eye, the 3 huge titans disappeared without a trace under the corrosion of the black hole. What terrifying killing power! Even though Su Chen had long been looking forward to the chaos sky-splitting sword, he was still shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. Brother Chen is getting more and more amazing. Yang Hao muttered in a daze. Wu Yang and the rest were also shocked. It was their first time seeing Su Chen use such a terrifying weapon to kill his enemies. The old man not far away was completely dumbfounded. He felt that the scene before him was unreal, and even wondered if he was dreaming. The 3 powerful adult titans were no match for Su Chen. They were killed in one move. Not even their corpses were left. They had all disappeared from this world. So, we humans can have such powerful people too, the old man exclaimed. When the 3 titan giants disappeared and died, a large area of sparkling fragments appeared where they had been. They were densely packed and dazzling, and a rough estimate showed that there were over 1,000 of them. There was also a purple gold shard among them. Su Chen suppressed his excitement and started to pick up the shards. Picked up 2,000 energy points. Shard *1, 1. Shards full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. After more than an hour, all the shards were picked up. Su Chen checked the harvest and found that the energy points had reached 3,000 points. Also, he had successfully collected the Brilliant Shadow Quenching Stone. The Brilliant Shadow Quenching Stone also weighed 500 kilograms. It was indestructible and had the ability to break through defenses. Glancing at the 4 god stones in his storage bag, Su Chen's thoughts started to turn. If he had the time, he would use the fusion gem to fuse them. With the 4 god stones added together, their weight alone was 40,000 kilograms. Even a level 7 evolver would not feel good if they were hit. Chapter 447. Since the purpose of this trip to Deep Flame Island had been achieved, Su Chen took everyone back to the Intelligent War Chariot and left. The Intelligent War Chariot traveled for a few hours before an alarm suddenly sounded on the central control screen. Warning: a large number of foreign race creatures have been discovered nearby. Su Chen's expression changed, and he hurriedly looked at the central control screen. He saw that there were countless black spots everywhere on an island called Deqian. There were probably millions of them. So many foreign race creatures? Su Chen was a little moved. Originally, he planned to go to Wanlian Mountain Island, but since he had encountered so many foreign race creatures, he naturally did not want to give up. However, there were too many foreign race creatures. If he went there rashly, he might encounter danger. After pondering for a while, Su Chen said, "Satoshi, lock onto those foreign race creatures and zoom in on the image of Deqian Island." Yes. The image on the central control screen changed for a while, and soon the traces of various types of insect beasts appeared. Since there were so many insect beasts, there must be a domain passage connected to the insect race on Deqian Island. Su Chen had never dealt with the insect race before, and did not know the strength of the insect race. He asked, "Satoshi, how strong are these insect beasts?" "Master, most of them are ordinary insect beasts. The highest level is a level 3 blood jade spider. The intelligent war chariot immediately replied. Hearing this, Su Chen's thoughts turned. The intelligent war chariot was now in its level 5 form and had the ability to defend against the attacks of level 5 cultivators. In other words, no matter how many insect beasts there were on Deqian Island, they would not be able to hurt it. As for himself, he had the ancient god-fiend body, and was also an existence that could do whatever he wanted. In this way, there would be no danger when going to Deqian Island. However, there was still a crucial point. He had not killed any insect beasts before, and did not know if there would be fragments. If there were no fragments, there would be no point in going to Deqian Island. After thinking about it, Su Chen still decided to make a trip. If there were fragments, he would kill all the insect beasts on the island. If he couldn't get a fragment, he could just turn around and leave. He wouldn't waste too much time. Satoshi, change directions and head to the Great Thousand Islands. Su Chen ordered. Got it. The intelligent war chariot locked onto the Great Thousand Island and sped over. In less than an hour, the intelligent war chariot arrived at the Great Thousand Island. At this time, the Great Thousand Island was a barren scene. There were insects and beasts everywhere. There were all kinds of insects and beasts. There were ants the size of a fist, cockroaches the size of a face, centipedes that were several meters long. There were also some unknown flying insects. They covered the sky and covered the earth in countless numbers. Just looking at it would make one's scalp go numb. Isn't this too much? Yang Hao clicked his tongue, goosebumps appearing all over his body. The other people's expressions were also ugly, especially Tan Lin and the other two women. They all closed their eyes and stopped watching. They're starting to attack. Wu Yang reminded. The appearance of the intelligent war chariot quickly attracted the attention of the insect beasts on the island. They watched for a while and launched an attack at the intelligent war chariot. Almost in the blink of an eye, the intelligent war chariot was drowned by the insect beasts. Master, do you want to destroy them? The intelligent war chariot asked. There's no hurry, Su Chen replied. Most of the insects outside were ordinary insects. With the attack power of the intelligent war chariot, it was too easy to kill them. Therefore, he wanted to wait for more insect beasts to gather before letting the intelligent war chariot take action. Chapter 448. After waiting for a while, when the number of Zerg beasts reached tens of thousands, Su Chen suddenly said, Satoshi, destroy them. The intelligent war chariot immediately released the magnetic storm net. The strong electric current was like a flood, wreaking havoc among the Zerg beasts. The power of the magnetic storm net was enough to kill a level 4 evolved being. Dealing with a group of normal Zerg beasts was as easy as chopping vegetables. Any Zerg beasts that were touched by the electric current turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. After releasing the magnetic storm net once, the area around the intelligent war chariot became a vacuum. There was nothing on the ground except for a thick layer of black ashes. Su Chen quickly scanned his surroundings, and saw that there were only 5 fragments on the ground. Killing tens of thousands of Zerg beasts and only 5 fragments were dropped. The probability was too low. Even if he killed all the Zerg beasts on the island, he would only get a few hundred fragments at most. Su Chen was very dissatisfied with this number. Just as he was about to leave, the intelligent war chariot suddenly spoke. Master, I have detected a large number of energy stones in a cave in front. What is the highest level? Su Chen suddenly moved. Energy stones and energy stones had the same function. If there were level 6 energy stones, this trip would not be a waste. The highest level is level 6, the intelligent war chariot replied with certainty. Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Level 6 energy stones were too important to him, and he was in short supply. Whether it was to upgrade the intelligent war chariot to level 6 or the time accelerator, they would all be useful. Satoshi, head to the cave. Su Chen ordered. He then got out of the car, and quickly picked up the 5 fragments. At this moment, the Zerg beasts around them charged again. You don't know what's good for you. Su Chen snorted and attacked continuously. With lightning speed, he killed tens of thousands of Zerg beasts in an instant. However, there were too many Zerg beasts. Even if tens of thousands of Zerg beasts died, it was not a big deal to them. The remaining Zerg beasts continued to charge forward dauntlessly. Just as Su Chen was about to attack again, he received a strong signal from the pet breeding space. Su Chen made a soft sound and did not think much about it. He opened the pet raising space directly. Immediately after that, a red beam of light shot out from within. It quickly transformed into a fist-sized blood-red mosquito, which hovered before Su Chen. "Little Jean, why did you contact me?" Su Chen asked. "Master, I have a way to deal with these insect beasts," the super ancient devouring adamantine mosquito said confidently. Su Chen suddenly remembered that the super ancient devouring adamantine mosquito was also an insect beast. Was there a way to restrain other insect beasts? "All right, I'll leave these insectoids to you." Su Chen seemed to be very confident in the super devouring ancient adamantine mosquito. "Master, I won't disappoint you." The super ancient devouring Vajra mosquito immediately released its pressure. As a level 6 insect beast, its aura was extremely terrifying. When the insectoids that were rushing over felt the pressure, they all stopped and looked very scared. "Get out of my sight." The super ancient devouring adamantine mosquito was like an emperor. Its aura was majestic as it roared loudly. As soon as it finished speaking, all the insectoids were so scared that they turned around and ran. Whoosh! Like the receding tide, they retreated a few miles in the blink of an eye. Chapter 450. After a night's rest on the Great Thousand Island, the next morning, the intelligent war chariot sailed toward the Myriad Mountains Island. The two places were relatively far apart. According to the speed of the intelligent war chariot, it would take at least 2 days to arrive. During this period, Su Chen didn't want to be idle. He stared at the central control screen, searching for the whereabouts of the sea beasts. On the first day, he found traces of sea beasts, but there were too few of them, so he didn't bother to chase after them. At noon the next day, 2 blue dots appeared in the monitoring range of the central control screen. They were very fast, almost as fast as the intelligent war chariot. "There are ships that are so fast." Su Chen muttered and turned to the intelligent war chariot and said, "Satoshi, lock on the 2 blue dots and zoom in." The picture on the central control screen changed, and soon the figures of 2 ships appeared. The 2 ships were one big and one small. The one in front was a small wooden ship, and the one behind was a huge iron ship, which was more than 100 meters long. Su Chen hadn't seen many ships before, and all of them were made of wood. It was the first time for him to see an iron ship like the one on the central control screen. He immediately had a strong interest in it. After watching for a while, he found that the 2 ships were in a state of chase. The small wooden ship was escaping, and the iron ship was chasing after it. He had encountered this situation once when he first entered the remote sea. At that time, the pirate ship on the sand island was also chasing a small wooden ship. Could it be that the iron ship is also a pirate ship? Su Chen pondered for a while, and felt that this possibility was not great, because the iron ship looked very stylish, like a ship of a big force. It was not comparable to a pirate ship at all. Without figuring out the situation, he withdrew his gaze and stopped paying attention. It had nothing to do with him, so he didn't care. No matter what the situation was, it had nothing to do with him. About an hour later, the intelligent war chariot suddenly reminded him, "Master, the 2 ships are heading toward us." Su Chen said softly and slowly opened his eyes. He was a little suspicious. Was the other party deliberately coming towards him? Otherwise, with the sea being so vast, the chances of them bumping into each other would be too small. "Satoshi, stop," Su Chen ordered. Different situations call for different actions, and he wanted to see exactly what the other party's intentions were. Not long after the intelligent war chariot stopped, the 2 ships rushed over. They really did come here. Su Chen gradually narrowed his eyes, opened the car door and walked out alone. When the small wooden boat approached, a beautiful young woman on the boat glanced at Su Chen. Then she gritted her teeth and threw a cloth bag at Su Chen. Su Chen released his mental power, and extended it into the pouch. Soon he found 3 verdant fruits inside. Each fruit was the size of a fist and exuded vigorous energy waves. Su Chen instinctively felt that these 3 fruits were extraordinary. He then opened the planting dimension and communicated with the longevity fruit tree. Xiao, what fruit is this? Su Chen sent the 3 fruits to the longevity fruit tree and asked. The longevity fruit tree stared at it for a while and said excitedly, Master, this is the primordial spirit-shaping fruit. It was the first time Su Chen heard of it. He asked, what's the specific use? The primordial spirit-shaping fruit is only effective for spirit readers. After eating it, it can split a primordial spirit and nurture a puppet body that is exactly the same as the original body. It also has the same combat power as the original body. The longevity fruit tree took a deep breath and explained. Chapter 451. Really? Su Chen's expression changed, and he could no longer remain calm. With his invincible strength and ability to kill enemies of a higher level, if he obtained a puppet body with the same combat power as his original body, how much would his strength soar? It would probably be extremely easy for him to kill enemies of 2 levels higher. Master, it's absolutely true. The longevity fruit tree replied affirmatively. Su Chen slowly calmed down and continued to ask, how many primordial spirit-shaping fruits do I need to build my second primordial spirit? 10. Su Chen frowned slightly. He only had 3 in his hands and he still needed 7 more to build his second primordial spirit. Where were the remaining 7? Were they still in the hands of the young girl? Regardless of whether they were in the hands of the other party, the primordial spirit-shaping fruits were thrown by the other party after all. He had to ask the other party about it. Su Chen was planning to let the intelligent war chariot chase after the small wooden boat, but the iron boat blocked the intelligent war chariot's path. Following that, more than a dozen men appeared on the iron boat. The leader was a dark-faced old man in his 70s and a handsome young man in luxurious clothes. After they sized up Su Chen, the young man threatened, Boy, hand over the thing and we can spare your life. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said lightly, What thing? Why should I give it to you? He knew in his heart that the other party must be asking for the primordial spirit-shaping fruits. However, the primordial spirit-shaping fruits were thrown by the young girl. What did it have to do with the other party? Why should he hand it over? Boy, don't pretend to be confused. Do you know who we are? If you don't hand over the thing obediently, don't even think about leaving alive today. The young man's voice gradually became cold, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Su Chen smiled and his eyes gradually narrowed. He had seen many such self-righteous people. Almost everywhere he went, he would meet such people who used their identity to threaten him. However, in the end, they usually died in his hands. I won't hand it over. What can you do about it? Su Chen said contemptuously. The soul-sculpting fruit's usefulness to him was self-evident. It was absolutely impossible for him to give it away. So you're forcing me to make a move? The young man snorted coldly and gave a look to a muscular man in black beside him. The black-clothed man understood tacitly. Just as he was about to take action, he was interrupted by the dark-faced old man. Young master, there's no need to rush. Then he turned to Su Chen and said in a gentle tone, Friend, the 3 fruits in your hand belong to us. They were stolen by someone before. We are currently chasing after her. Please return them to us. Although Su Chen was young, he gave him an unfathomable feeling. Without knowing Su Chen's background, he didn't want to have a conflict with Su Chen. You said it's yours. Do you have any evidence? Su Chen said indifferently. He had no idea whether the other party was telling the truth or not. However, one thing was clear. The dark-faced old man and the others were chasing the young girl for the soul-sculpting fruit. The young girl threw the soul-sculpting fruit to him in order to cause trouble. She could take the opportunity to escape when he had a conflict with the dark-faced man and the others. It could be said that the young girl's move was very insidious. What evidence do you want? A hint of anger appeared on the dark-faced old man's face. With his identity, he had already given Su Chen enough face by speaking calmly to Su Chen. He didn't expect Su Chen to not know what was good for him, and still want evidence from him. He was already a little angry. Chapter 452. Take out the spirit plant for me to see. If it's real, I might consider it. Su Chen said. The reason why he said this was to confirm whether or not the other party had a spirit-shaped fruit tree. Old G, this kid doesn't want any face. There's no need to waste your breath on him. The young man gritted his teeth, his expression full of anger. The dark-faced old man coldly stared at Su Chen and suddenly snorted. Yuan Lang, teach him a lesson. They didn't have a spirit-shaped fruit tree. Even if they did, they wouldn't take it out. Since Su Chen didn't know what was good for him, he could only take action. Yes. The black-clothed man, Yuan Lang, responded and jumped onto the intelligent war chariot. He immediately reached out to grab Su Chen. Just a level 4 revolver. Su Chen curled his lips, a touch of contempt appearing on his face. A level 4 revolver in other places could be considered a strong person. But in his eyes, it was a bit lacking. Just as Yuan Lang's big hand was about to grab him, Su Chen released his mental power, and easily restrained Yuan Lang until he couldn't move. Spirit Reader. Yuan Lang cried out in alarm. To be able to imprison a level 4 revolver to this extent, the young man in front of him must be a spirit reader without a doubt. Moreover, he must be a very high-level spirit reader, at least level 5. Thinking that he was going to make a move against a level 5 spirit reader, Yuan Lang's heart was filled with a deep layer of fear. The strength of a level 5 spirit reader was self-evident. At this moment, his life and death was completely in the hands of Su Chen. As long as Su Chen willed it, Yuan Lang would die on the spot. Level 5 spirit reader. There was also a commotion on the metal ship. The number of spirit readers was already very small, and at level 5, they were even rarer. Who would have thought that they would meet one here? How can there be such a young level 5 spirit reader? The dark-faced old man's face was uncertain. After pondering for a while, he raised his voice and said, Friend, please wait. We are from the Feng family of the Xiantian continent's Feng Shi dynasty. In order to make Su Chen wary and to save Yuan Lang, he had no choice but to reveal his identity. Feng Shi dynasty Feng clan? Su Chen muttered. Before he left Thousand Feather Island, he had studied the mysterious heavenly mainland. The mysterious heavenly mainland was divided into 4 major forces. They were the Wenxi dynasty, the Forgotten Autumn Mountain, the Holy Empire, and the Manyu Shrine. As for the Feng clan, it was very likely that they were the ruling clan of the Feng Shi dynasty. Their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Brat, now that you know who we are, hurry up and release Yuan Lang, the young man said arrogantly. He thought that by revealing his identity, he could intimidate Su Chen to a great extent, and Su Chen would not dare to run amok. Is the Wenxi dynasty very awesome? Su Chen pursed his lips and said mockingly. You think I'll let you go just because you say so? Do you think I don't care about my reputation? As soon as he finished speaking, he controlled his mental strength and crushed Yuan Lang's head. The Wenxi dynasty did have some strength, but so what? He had even killed many people from the 5 major clans, let alone the people of the Wenxi dynasty. Seeing Su Chen kill without any hesitation, the old man's expression changed. The dark-faced old man and the others were a little confused. They really did not understand why Su Chen dared to be so unscrupulous when they had already revealed their identities. Did he think that he could dominate the world just because he was a level 5 spirit reader? After a short moment of silence, a monstrous anger rose from the metal ship. Attack together, kill him for me. The young man roared angrily. Kill. Suddenly, more than 10 men with weapons rushed towards Su Chen. Chapter 453. Seeing this, the corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Immediately he punched the air. Whoosh whoosh. The whistling wind of the fist broke through the air. All of a sudden, 100 dazzling golden fist shadows appeared in the air. Each fist shadow exuded an extremely fierce aura. When combined together, it was like an avalanche, giving people a strong sense of suffocation. What a terrifying aura. Seeing this scene, the young man on the iron boat's face changed greatly. Secret fist technique. He's also a powerful evolved person. The dark-faced old man was also shocked. At first, he thought that Su Chen was only a spiritual sense master. That was why he dared to let his subordinates attack Su Chen. Although a spiritual sense master's attack methods were strange, their physical fitness was no different from a spiritual sense master. They were more fragile. Once someone got close to them, they would not be able to defend themselves in time, and would be easily killed. But man proposes, God disposes. He never thought that Su Chen was also an evolved person. Moreover, he was an evolved person who had a secret fist technique. As a result, his subordinates were in great danger. Friend, please wait. The dark-faced old man shouted anxiously. Those subordinates were all evolved people. If they were all killed here, the loss would be too great. Su Chen sneered at this and punched from afar. Bang, bang, bang. In a series of explosions, the dozen or so humans were all smashed. They turned into a bloody mist and floated down from the sky. At the same time, a bloody smell filled the air. You're too much. Seeing that Su Chen did not listen to his advice, the dark-faced old man's nose was crooked. So what if I'm bullying you? Su Chen sneered and jumped onto the iron boat. Friend, I know you're strong, but our Wenshi dynasty is not to be trifled with. I advise you. Although the dark-faced old man was a level 5 evolved person, facing Su Chen who had 2 professions, his heart was still very weak. Just as he was about to use his identity to deal with Su Chen, he suddenly felt an invisible force crushing over him. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The one who made the move was naturally Su Chen. He did not want to listen to the other party's blabbering. The instant he released his mental power to bind the dark-faced old man, he took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. His hand glowed with a golden light as he punched the dark-faced old man's chest. The dark-skinned old man's heart trembled when he felt a gust of wind blowing against his face. He struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the shackles of his mental strength. However, he was only a level 5 evolver. It was impossible for him to break free in a short period of time. There was a muffled bang. Su Chen's fist landed heavily on the dark-skinned old man's chest. Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones breaking, a large part of the dark-faced old man's chest caved in, and he was heavily smashed to the ground. Fortunately, he was a level 5 evolver and Su Chen had spared his life, so he did not die. Even so, he was still seriously injured and lost the ability to move. Where are the remaining spiritual plants and fruits? Su Chen stared at the dark-skinned old man and asked coldly. They are not with us. They are all in Shinmingfei's hands. The dark-skinned old man endured the pain and hurriedly replied. He knew that his life and death were in Su Chen's hands, so he did not lie. Shinmingfei, Su Chen muttered and asked again. Is it the woman who was driving the small wooden boat? Yes. The dark-skinned old man nodded. Su Chen turned his head and looked in the direction where Shinmingfei left. Then, without any warning, he shot out a wind blade and ended the dark-skinned old man's life. Then he glanced at the young man. With Su Chen's style of doing things, he would definitely cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. When his eyes met with Su Chen's, the young man trembled violently and knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Senior, my father is a level 7 evolver. Please spare my life. Su Chen's expression froze as he let out a soft sound of surprise. He was not afraid of a level 7 evolver, but he was very confused. In the past, he had received news that the human race was the weakest race among the 10,000 races. Even the trash race like the Green Turtle tribe looked down on the human race. Influenced by what he saw, he also thought that the human race was very weak. It was not easy for 1 or 2 level 5 cultivators to appear. However, he did not expect that there would be a level 7 evolver. This way, it did not match the rumors in the outside world. Without knowing what was going on, Su Chen decided not to think about it. After killing the young man, he searched the metal boat, but did not find anything valuable, so he returned to the intelligent chariot. Chapter 454. Immediately, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the control screen. On the screen, a blue dot was moving rapidly. She's running pretty fast. Suchin muttered to himself and ordered the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, lock onto that small wooden boat and chase after it. Yes. The intelligent war chariot increased its horsepower and chased after it. Although the wooden boat that Shen Mingfei was driving was not big, it was extraordinarily fast. The intelligent war chariot had reached its maximum speed, but it still could not catch up. However, the distance between the two parties was shrinking bit by bit. There would be a day when they would catch up. Moreover, Shen Mingfei seemed to be heading towards the 10,000 Mountains Island. Suchin was originally going to the 10,000 Mountains Island, so he was not in a hurry. An hour later, when the two parties were less than 30 miles apart, Shen Mingfei's boat suddenly changed direction and flew backward. When Suchin was a little confused about the situation, the intelligent war chariot reminded him, "Master, you found traces of alien creatures." Suchin looked at the control screen and saw more than a dozen black dots chasing after a blue dot. That blue dot was Shen Mingfei's boat. It was obvious that Shen Mingfei had changed her direction and fled after discovering the foreign creatures. Satoshi enlarged the image, Suchin said. Those alien creatures were very fast. He wanted to see which tribe they were from. The image on the control screen changed, and Shen Mingfei's boat soon appeared. Above the boat, there were more than a dozen aliens with a pair of black wings and blue skin flying. So it's the Night Demon clan, Suchin muttered. This place was not far from the 10,000 Mountains Island. It was not strange to encounter the Night Demon clan. After a while, a small wooden boat appeared in front of them and headed straight for the intelligent war chariot. This guy is really sinister. Suchin curled his lips and snorted. He could imagine that Shen Mingfei was definitely trying to draw the Night Demon clansmen to him. From this, it could be seen that Shen Mingfei's thoughts were still very vicious. However, in the post-apocalyptic world, if one was not ruthless, it would be difficult to survive. Suchin could still understand this point. When the distance between the two sides was less than 100 meters, the night demons discovered the intelligent war chariot, and 5 of them immediately rushed over. Suchin opened the car door and released a wind blade at the night demon clansmen flying over. Poochie poochie. 5 night demons were cut into mincemeat on the spot and fell from the sky. At the same time, another 5 fragments slowly floated down. He's a powerful Dharma psychic. Let's retreat. When the remaining night demons saw this, they no longer cared about chasing after Shen Mingfei. They turned around and fled. Suchin chased after them. He raised his hand and shot out another wind blade, easily killing all of them. Then he walked on the waves and began to pick up the fragments that had fallen. On the small wooden boat, Shen Mingfei was shocked by Suchin's powerful strength. She was stunned for a moment. When Suchin was not paying attention, she steered the boat to leave. However, at this moment, a cold voice entered her ears. "If you dare to move, I'll crush you." The person who spoke was none other than Suchin. Shen Mingfei was shocked. Facing Suchin's threat, she finally gave up on the idea of escaping. Suchin finished picking up the fragments and returned to the intelligent war chariot. He shouted at Shen Mingfei, "Get over here." Chapter 455. Shen Mingfei was shocked. Under Suchin's gaze, she obediently got onto the intelligent war chariot. She secretly sized up Suchin and said timidly, "Senior, why did you call me over?" Hearing this, Suchin almost could not help but slap her. Shen Mingfei had tricked him twice, but now she was pretending to be confused. However, Suchin was mainly here for the primordial soul-shaped fruit tree, so he did not argue with her. He said bluntly, "Do you still have the 3 fruits you gave me before? Also, where is the spirit plant?" "I still have 3 spirit fruits, but the spirit plant is not with me." As Shen Mingfei spoke, she untied a cloth bag from her waist and placed it in Suchin's hands. She knew very well that if she fell into Suchin's hands, she would not be able to keep her life if she did not behave herself. After Suchin confirmed that the 3 primordial soul-shaped fruit trees were intact, he kept them in the storage bag and asked coldly, "Where is the spirit plant and the other spirit fruits?" 6 primordial soul-shaped fruit trees were not enough to split out a second primordial spirit, so he had to get all the remaining fruits. Senior, how do you know there are more spirit fruits? Shen Mengfei was shocked. The primordial soul-shaped fruit tree did bear 10 fruits, but Su Chen had not seen them before. Why was he so sure that there were more spirit fruits? Do I need to report to you how I know? Su Chen scolded with a cold face, then threatened. You'd better tell me honestly, or don't blame me for being rude. Shen Mengfei's heart trembled, and she looked at Su Chen in a daze. Su Chen was handsome and very young, but he was very powerful and ruthless. The dozen or so alien tribesmen were killed in seconds, showing Su Chen's ruthlessness. She did not dare to provoke Su Chen and said hurriedly, Senior, the spirit plant is really not with me. As for the remaining spirit fruits, they should be with Feng Hanshua. Where is that spirit plant? Who is Feng Hanshua? Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Regardless of whether it was the primordial spirit sculpting fruit tree or the fruit, he was determined to obtain them. As for who had it, he wasn't worried. What he was worried about was if the primordial spirit shaping fruit tree was destroyed, or if the fruit was eaten. Then his plan to split his second primordial spirit would be ruined. That spiritual plant is in the hands of Feng Shi Dynasty's Xixia Valley's Wu Yizi. Feng Hanshua is a core member of Feng Shi Dynasty's Feng family, and is also a level 6 evolver. Shen Mengfei glanced at Su Chen again when she said this. Originally, she thought that Su Chen would be moved. After all, a level 6 evolver was a very powerful existence. However, Su Chen's expression remained indifferent from beginning to end, as if a level 6 evolver was nothing in his eyes. Seeing this, Shen Mengfei muttered, why isn't he afraid at all? Is he really strong enough to ignore level 6 evolvers? After thinking about it, she felt that it was impossible. Although Su Chen was strong, he was too young. How could he be a match for a level 6 evolver? Su Chen was not sure if Shen Mengfei was telling the truth, so he asked, what is your cultivation level? Senior, I am a level 3 evolver, Shen Mengfei replied honestly. How could you come here from the mysterious heavenly continent with such a cultivation level? Su Chen was puzzled. The dark-faced old man who was chasing after Shen Mengfei was a level 5 evolver. If Shen Mengfei was only a level 3 evolver, how could she have escaped? Senior, my wooden boat is a magic treasure. Not only can it travel on land, but it can also travel on the sea. Moreover, it is very fast, which is why I could escape from him. Shen Mengfei pointed at the small wooden boat and explained. Chapter 456. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded his head slightly. That small wooden boat looked ordinary, but it was very different from the intelligent war chariot. It had both water and land functions. Moreover, its speed was only slightly slower than the intelligent war chariot. There was a high possibility that it could escape from the Wen Shi dynasty's people. Where did you plan to go previously? Su Chen continued to ask. The direction that Shen Mengfei had obtained previously seemed to be the Wanlian Mountain Island. However, the Wanlian Mountain Island was already controlled by the Night Devil clan. Wouldn't she be courting death if she went there? Senior, I plan to go to the Wanlian Mountain Island. My grandfather is there. Shen Mengfei didn't hide anything. Su Chen shook his head and sighed. The Wanlian Mountain Island has been occupied by the Night Devil clan. I'm afraid your grandfather is in trouble. What? Shen Mengfei's expression changed as she said anxiously, Senior, please let me go. I want to go to the Wanlian Mountain Island immediately. I'm also going to the Wanlian Mountain Island. You can go with me, Su Chen said casually. In the future, he still needed Shen Mengfei to find the primordial spirit-shaping fruit tree. Su Chen naturally wouldn't let her leave. Thank you, Senior. Shen Mengfei thanked him and said, Senior, I'll drive my wooden boat and follow behind you. There's no need to go through so much trouble. You can stay here, Su Chen said in an unquestionable tone. Then he raised his hand and shot out a fireball, sinking the wooden boat. Shen Mengfei had a lot of ideas. What if she escaped with the boat when he wasn't paying attention? Therefore, Su Chen wouldn't give her this chance. You. Looking at her boat gradually sinking into the sea, Shen Mingfei's heart was bleeding. However, in front of Su Chen, she didn't dare to say anything. "Come in with me." Su Chen didn't care about Shen Mingfei's feelings. He whispered and walked straight into the cabin. Shen Mingfei gritted her teeth and followed behind Su Chen helplessly. As soon as they entered the cabin, Yang Hao and the others immediately surrounded them and sized Shen Mingfei up. Shen Mingfei did not expect that there would be so many people in the cabin. She could not help but look around. Soon, she realized that other than Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian, the others were all very young. However, the aura emitted from his body was unusually strong. It was obvious that they were all evolvers, and their cultivation levels were not below hers. Even the 7-year-old Duodua was the same. Why are there so many high-level evolvers? Shen Mingfei was surprised. It was not hard to imagine the strength of Su Chen's team. Even in the mysterious heavenly mainland, they could sweep through a region. Satoshi, head to 10,000 Mountains Island. Su Chen first instructed the intelligent war chariot, and then said to Shen Mingfei, "You stay here obediently. When you help me get that spiritual plant, I will naturally let you go." "Yes, senior." Shen Mingfei nodded and found a place to rest. Yang Hao and the others watched for a while before dispersing. Half a day later, the intelligent war chariot slowly approached 10,000 Mountains Island. 10,000 Mountains Island was more than 10 times the size of Qianyu Island. What entered their sight was an endless stretch of towering mountains. At this time, tens of thousands of night demons were hovering above the island. When Shen Mingfei saw this scene, her heart sank to the bottom. With so many mutated tribesmen gathered on 10,000 Mountains Island, would there be any hope for her grandfather to survive? The mutated tribesmen were known for their ferocity. Almost everywhere they went, they would start a massacre. Her grandfather was only a level 3 evolver. It was almost impossible for him to survive. Chapter 457. The appearance of the intelligent war chariot quickly attracted the attention of the night demons. Instantly, hundreds of night demons flew over. Before they arrived, a murderous aura swept over. Shen Mingfei's expression froze. She reminded, "Senior, there are too many foreign races. Should we leave?" "Leave. Chenggu is here to kill the foreign races, okay?" A meaningful smile appeared on Yang Hao's and the others' lips. Su Chen opened the car door and walked out as if he didn't hear anything. What is he trying to do? Shen Mingfei was extremely nervous and puzzled. She had witnessed Su Chen's strength. It was abnormally strong. However, there were hundreds of foreign races flying over. Could Su Chen fight 100 of them alone? So what if he could kill them? Would the tens of thousands of foreign races on the island just sit back and watch their compatriots be killed? Once they all charged over, they would all be buried here. Boom boom. Suddenly, 2 thunderstorms resounded in the sea. Su Chen had released 2 thunderstorms, killing the hundreds of night demons on the spot. What a powerful lightning-type spell. Seeing hundreds of night demon clansmen killed in an instant, Shen Mingfei was dumbfounded. What level is he at? Until now, she still didn't know Su Chen's exact cultivation level. Just as she was thinking about this, she suddenly realized that Su Chen wasn't just a one-type Dharma psychic. Previously, he had released wind and fire, and now he had released lightning. Didn't that mean that Su Chen was a 3-type Dharma psychic? And he had very deep attainments in each of them. It was terrifying to think about. It was unheard of. Shen Mingfei couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god! He's a 3-type Dharma psychic." When Yang Hao and the others heard this, they smiled but didn't say anything. They thought to themselves, "What Brother Chen has shown is only the tip of the iceberg, and you're already making such a big fuss over nothing. Won't you be scared to death when Brother Chen starts slaughtering everyone? Human, you dare to kill my night demons. You deserve to die." Soon another few hundred night demons flew over. The leader was a middle-aged man with a rough appearance. His body was surrounded by a layer of extremely violent aura. Judging from his aura, he was a level 5 evolver. "Want to kill me? Do you have the strength?" Su Chen sneered and slashed with his blade. In an instant, a blue torrent swept out, and the terrifying will of thunder and lightning wreaked havoc. What level is this lightning-type spell? Shen Mengfei had never seen such a terrifying lightning attribute technique before. At this moment, her heart trembled. Ah! Amidst the screams, the hundreds of night demons couldn't resist and were all killed. The charred corpses fell into the sea like raindrops, and the waves kept rolling. Seeing this, Shen Mengfei's jaw almost dropped. A single spell was enough to kill a level 5 evolver and hundreds of other evolvers. It was simply unimaginable. Seeing Shen Mengfei's shocked expression, Yang Hao reminded her. Chen Ge only used 1/10 of his strength. There's nothing to be surprised about. 1/10, Shen Mengfei opened her mouth and her thoughts stopped. After the hundreds of night demons died, an angry roar came from Myriad Link's mountain island. Human, I want you dead. Then a tall figure rushed over from the island. Are you preparing to save your grandfather? Su Chen laughed. The other party came in batches, and it was no different from suicide. Chapter 458. Go to hell. The tall night devil clansman rushed over and raised his hand to punch Su Chen. Instantly, a violent murderous aura spread out like a stormy sea, giving people a heavy sense of oppression. Yang Hao and the others found it hard to breathe under the erosion of the murderous aura. Shen Mengfei's expression changed as she cried out, a level 6 evolved being. A level 6 evolved being was the top existence in the mysterious heavenly continent. She could not help but worry for Su Chen. Originally, Su Chen's life and death had nothing to do with her. However, since she was on Su Chen's pirate ship, she was bound to Su Chen. If Su Chen was defeated, she would die with him. On the other side, Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly in the face of the ferocious punch. He instantly released his mental strength. Although he was only a level 5 telekinesis master, after consuming the essence fruit, his mentality had slightly surpassed level 6. It was enough to deal with a level 6 evolved being. The tall night demon suddenly felt an invisible force pressing down on him. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and all his movements were sluggish. Level 6 mentality. Sensing that Su Chen was a level 6 telekinesis master, the tall night demon was terrified and struggled with all his might. Su Chen would not give him a chance to break free. He raised his hand and cast a thunderstorm spell. No! The tall night demon let out a desperate roar before he was blasted into smithereens by the explosive power of the thunderstorm spell. He killed a level 6 evolved being so easily? Shen Mengfei's eyes widened in shock. A powerful level 6 evolver was killed by Su Chen in a single breath. He felt that it was unreal, as if he was in a dream. Master is dead. Despicable human. Avenge Master. The death of the tall night demon caused a wave of hatred on Myriad Mountains Island. All the night demons were united against a common enemy. They saw Su Chen as a target to be killed. Kill. The battle cries shook the heaven and earth as the night demons flew into the air and charged at Su Chen. In an instant, the sky was filled with the voices of the night demons. They were so dense that half of the sky was covered. At the same time, a majestic murderous aura rushed over, causing everyone on the intelligent war chariot to tremble in fear. Senior, let's go quickly. Shen Mengfei's face was pale as she shouted at Su Chen with trembling lips. In her opinion, even a level 7 evolver would have to flee if tens of thousands of aliens charged over at the same time. No matter how strong Su Chen was, it was impossible for him to be a level 7 evolutionary, right? If he didn't run for his life, he would really be buried here. Su Chen was indeed not at level 7, but in this situation his advantage was much greater than that of a level 7 evolver. With the ancient Godfiend body, he could ignore all attacks of the same level. Although there were many night demons charging over, the strongest of them was only at level 5. It was impossible for them to cause any harm to him. Therefore, the human wave tactic was no longer effective against him. Good timing. Su Chen was not afraid and punched from afar. Whoosh whoosh, in the shrill sound of the wind, 100 golden fist shadows appeared in the air. What is this? Sensing the extremely sharp killing intent emitted by the fist shadows, The night demon clansmen who rushed over first all revealed terrified expressions. Before they could react, the 100 golden fist shadows crashed into the crowd. Bang bang! Hundreds of night demons were blasted apart and died on the spot amidst the sounds of raindrops hitting banana leaves. Chapter 459. What a powerful secret fist technique. Shin Mingfei's face was full of shock. She looked at Su Chen with a strange look in her eyes. The rest of the night demons were shocked by Su Chen's powerful punch. A sense of fear began to spread. Brothers, he's alone. Let's attack together. We can definitely kill him. A level 5 night demon clansman roared. Kill! The night demons gathered their courage and charged at Su Chen again. Su Chen wielded a pitch-black sword and slashed forward. In an instant, a terrifying chill swept out. It was as if they had entered a world of ice. The temperature plummeted, and even the seawater was frozen. As for the night demons who were flying in the air, they felt a chill invade their bodies. Then they lost their life force and turned into ice sculptures, falling from the sky. In the blink of an eye, thousands of night demons smashed into the frozen sea and shattered into pieces. Too powerful. Shin Mingfei didn't know what to say. Her shining eyes never left Su Chen. The rest of the night demons paused in midair again, looking at each other in dismay. Su Chen's strength was completely beyond their imagination. A simple punch had killed hundreds of their clansmen. Then an ice-type spell killed thousands of them. Facing such a terrifying existence, they began to tremble. The anger and killing intent from before had long disappeared. Seeing that the night demons had stopped charging forward, Su Chen didn't plan to let them go. He raised his sword and swept out again. This time, it was the lightning magic spell. The thunder magic spell was a combination of barren godly thunder and ninth heaven dazzling thunder. In terms of damage, it had already surpassed the ice magic spell and was comparable to a level 7 spell. Rumble. A blue torrent flashing with lightning swept up and rushed into the crowd of night demons and began to wreak havoc. Wherever it passed, not a single night demon clansman could stop it. Ah! Following a series of shrill screams, the night demons turned into charred corpses one after another, falling from the sky and smashing into the frozen sea surface with loud thuds. Run! He's not human! Under Su Chen's torture, all the night demons broke down. They flapped their wings and flew toward Myriad Mountains Island. Su Chen needed a large number of fragments. Of course, he wouldn't let them escape. He leaped into the air and stepped into the air as if he was walking on flat ground. He charged towards the night demons. Whoosh! A huge gray beam shot out from Su Chen's hand. Hundreds of night demons were cut in half. Then a fireball the size of a face fell from the sky and landed among the night demons. Like a volcanic eruption, hundreds of night demons were blown to pieces. In order to kill more night demons, Su Chen summoned the super ancient devouring Vajra mosquitoes to help. The heavenly overlord turtle couldn't fly, so it wasn't useful now. The man and the beast chased after each other. No one knew how many they had killed. Half the sky was dyed red. In the end, they had killed their way into Myriad Mountains Island and disappeared from everyone's sight. He can fly? How many trump cards does he have? How strong is he? Shin Mingfei mumbled with a blank expression. Chapter 460. The shock that Su Chen brought to Shin Mingfei was unprecedented. He had single-handedly defeated tens of thousands of foreign tribesmen, causing them to flee for their lives. It was truly a case of one man holding back 10,000 men. He was truly a peerless hero that was hard to come by. At this moment, Shin Mingfei was not only filled with admiration for Su Chen, but there was also a strange emotion mixed within. On the other side, Su Chen had killed his way into Myriad Lynx Mountain Island. The night demons' corpses were strewn all over the place, and there were countless casualties. The massacre lasted for more than an hour before it stopped. The reason was that the remaining night demons had fled into the interworld passage and were unwilling to show themselves again. Later on, Su Chen began to pick up the fragments. When he returned to the intelligent war chariot, It was already 2 hours later. During this time he had killed more than 10,000 night demons, and more than 2,000 fragments had been dropped. Most of them had been exchanged for energy points, and his energy points had exceeded 5,000. Other than that, he had also gathered the brilliant shadow-tempering metal stone and aquamarine mercury stone. With that, he now had 5 god stones. 5 should be enough. It's time to fuse them. Suchen secretly decided that when he left Myriad Link's Mountain Island, he would use the fusion gem to fuse the 5 god stones together. Senior, I want to go to the island to look for my grandfather. Shen Mengfei hesitated for a moment, then asked Suchen. Suchen had observed the situation of Myriad Link's Mountain Island on the central control screen. There was not a single blue dot on the island. This meant that the humans on the island were either dead or had left long ago. Similarly, Shen Mengfei's grandfather would definitely not be on the island. However, Suchen knew that Shen Mengfei might not believe him. Considering that he still needed Shen Mengfei's help to find the primordial spirit-shaping fruit tree, he had the mechanical soldier accompany her to search. The mechanical soldier had already reached level 6, and it was enough to protect Shen Mengfei. Also, he could take the opportunity to monitor Shen Mengfei and prevent her from escaping. Half a day later, Shen Mengfei returned dejectedly. After greeting Suchen, he entered the cabin alone and found a corner to curl up. For this result, Suchen had long expected. After that, he entered the Myriad-linked Mountain Island, blew up the interdomain passage, and left on the intelligent war chariot, heading for his next target. After searching for a while on the central control screen, Suchen decided to take a look at the Island of Nothingness. The size of the Island of Nothingness was almost the same as the Thousand Feather Island. Moreover, it was the closest island, and was on the route to the mysterious heavenly continent. There was no reason not to go. The intelligent war chariot locked onto the Island of Nothingness and sailed at full speed. On the way, Suchen took out 5 divine stones and began to fuse them with the fusion gem. When the 5 god stones fused together, they suddenly turned into a small hill that was about 10 feet in size. It was rippling with 5 colors, and faintly emitting the magical waves of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The fused god stone doesn't seem simple. As Suchen looked at it in amazement, he suddenly received a feedback message in his mind. The feedback message could only be received when he picked up the shards. He did not expect to receive the fused god stone. Suchen's interest was immediately piqued, and he quickly checked it. The newly fused god stone was called the Integrated 5 Extremes Mountain. It weighed up to 108,000 pounds, and could change its size at will. It also contained the magical power of the 5 elements. Chapter 461. The power of the 5 elements magic of the Integrated 5 Extremes Mountain was compatible with the user. In other words, Suchen was a level 5 spellcaster, so his 5 extremes magic would reach level 5. Moreover, it did not exist on its own, but as one, it was equivalent to the power of the 5 extremes magic at the same time. After reading the feedback, Suchen took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. Before the combined 5 extremes mountain appeared, his strongest killing move was the Chaos Skysplitter Sword. The combined 5 extremes mountain's lethality was not below that of the Chaos Skysplitter Sword. Just the weight of the mountain alone was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Even a titan would be smashed into a pile of minced meat if they were hit. Coupled with the terrifying power of the 5 extremes magic, the combination of the two was almost invincible. At this point, Suchen had obtained a powerful trump card, and his power had greatly increased. As it was a few days away from the Island of Nothingness, everyone gathered together to eat barbecued meat, listen to music, and play dodiju. Shen Mengfei also gradually recovered from her sadness. On the 5th day, the Island of Nothingness appeared on the central control screen. Suchen looked up, and his eyebrows twitched. At a place called the Green Phoenix Plain, there were a large number of light spots gathered, and there were tens of thousands of them. Red spots, blue spots, and black spots were gathered, and they were clearly divided into 2 sides. One side had about 1,000 black spots and thousands of blue spots, while the other side had about 2,000 black spots and tens of thousands of red spots. Su-Chen was a bit confused, and he thought to himself, could it be that the mutated races are working together with the humans to fight against another wave of mutated races and zombies? However, this was only his guess, and he had to see for himself if this was the case. After thinking for a while, Su-Chen said, Satoshi, enlarge the image. The image on the central control screen changed, and soon the mutated races, zombies, and humans appeared. Su-Chen was surprised to find that the mutated races here were not just one race, but three. The strange races that mixed with the humans were all very short and stocky. They didn't even seem to be a meter tall. Su-Chen had seen all the aliens who were with the zombies before. Most of them were from the Half-Beast clan, and there were a dozen or so from the Undead clan. The Half-Beast race was a subordinate force of the Undead race. It was not surprising that the two of them were together. However, what Su-Chen couldn't figure out was which race those short aliens belonged to. Why were they able to mingle with humans? Why did they confront each other? Satoshi, hurry to the Green Phoenix Plains. Su-Chen could not wait any longer. There were tens of thousands of zombies and thousands of non-humans. If they were all killed, they would drop at least 1,000 fragments. Yes. The intelligent war chariot received the order, and quickly sailed toward the island of nothingness. Half an hour later, Su-Chen saw on the central control screen that the two sides were already engaged in a fierce battle. In just one clash, hundreds of people were killed. At the rate they were fighting, it wouldn't take long for them to be wiped out. Su-Chen definitely did not want to see such a scene. If the mutated races and zombies were all dead, where would he go to get fragments? Captain Wu, you guys continue to head to the Green Phoenix Plains. I'll go take a look first. Su-Chen instructed, opened the door, and walked out alone. The intelligent war chariot's speed was actually not slow, reaching 500 kilometers per hour. However, compared to Su-Chen's speed, it was far inferior. Su-Chen stepped into the air and activated the rapid war boots. His true speed was not inferior to a level 7 evolver, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 462. So fast. Shen Mengfei stared at the spot where Su-Chen disappeared and muttered. Su-Chen was already the strongest, but she did not expect him to be faster than the others as well. A cultivator as well-rounded as Su-Chen was rare in this world. On the other side, Su-Chen landed on the ground after entering the island of Oblivion. Compared to flying, running on the ground gave him a greater advantage in speed. In less than an hour, he arrived at the Green Phoenix Plains. At this time, the battle on the plains was even more intense. Corpses were everywhere, and blood was flowing everywhere. The air was filled with a thick smell of blood. Su-Chen squinted his eyes and looked around. He saw that the dwarfs and humans were at a complete disadvantage. Almost half of them had died, and it would not be long before they were all slaughtered. Seeing this, he rushed forward and dealt with the zombie horde first. A thunderous sound exploded in the middle of the zombie horde. Su-Chen raised his hand and cast a thunderstorm spell, killing 700 to 800 zombies on the spot. After that, the spells of the other elements took turns to attack, and in less than a minute, thousands of zombies had been killed. Su-Chen's domineering entrance and powerful attacks quickly attracted the attention of both sides. At this moment, they stopped fighting and looked at Su-Chen. When they saw that it was a young human, the emotions of both sides were different. The humans were inexplicably excited and whispered to each other. It's a powerhouse on our side. Oh my God! He's so young, but he's so strong. Which force is he from? I've never seen him before. He must be a hidden powerhouse. He should be a level 5 spellcaster, right? He's definitely a level 5 spellcaster, and he's of all elements. Compared to the excitement of the human race, the half-beast race was much more silent, and everyone's expression was not very good. Although Su-Chen was alone, his strength was there for all to see. He could kill thousands of zombies with just a wave of his hand, and they could not help but be wary. Moreover, Su-Chen was a human. It was very likely that he was a helper that the other party had invited. As a result, the situation was very unfavorable to them. Human, why are you slaughtering our people? A level 4 orc stepped forward and roared furiously at Su Chen. It's because I don't like you and want to exterminate all of you. Are you satisfied with this reason? Su Chen curled his lips and sneered. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar all around. Too arrogant. Too arrogant. Shameless boasting. There were more than 10,000 outsiders here. And Su Chen actually wanted to kill them all? Wasn't he afraid that the wind would kill his tongue? A mere level 5 magic psychic dares to be so arrogant? Let me teach you a lesson. A skinny undead walked out from the beastmen. Judging from his aura, he was most likely a level 5 evolver. I can destroy a piece of trash like you with one hand. Su Chen glanced at the other party and sneered. Instantly, there was a flurry of discussion all around. Su Chen's arrogance and conceit made even the humans speechless. Admittedly, Su Chen was very strong, but a level 5 undead was not to be trifled with either. What right did you have to say that you could kill him with one hand? There should be a limit to acting cool, right? Then let me see how capable you are. The skinny undead was enraged. He roared and charged towards Su Chen. Su Chen rubbed his nose and turned a blind eye, allowing the other party to rush in front of him. Is he crazy? Someone from the human side shouted in shock. Su Chen was a magic psychic, and a magic psychic's advantage was in long-range attacks. If he allowed an evolver to get close to him, the only outcome would be death. Therefore, the humans all thought that Su Chen's actions were suicidal. Chapter 463. The skinny undead tribesman also thought that Su Chen was courting death. When he rushed in front of Su Chen, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he saw Su Chen as a dead man. Go to hell. The skinny undead tribesman gathered his strength and aimed a punch at Su Chen's face. However, at this moment, a purple light flashed under Su Chen's feet, and he disappeared on the spot like a ghost. The skinny undead tribesman's punch missed. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He widened his eyes and kept searching for Su Chen's whereabouts. Stop looking. I'm behind you. Suddenly, a mocking voice reverberated in the skinny undead tribesman's ears. Oh no, the skinny undead tribesman was shocked. He turned around and threw a punch behind him. However, before he could fully exert his strength, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. The scene in front of him became blurry, and his consciousness also fell into chaos. The skinny undead tribesman's mouth moved slightly. He saw his entire head leave his body, and his voice came to an abrupt end. I already said that I could kill you with one hand, but you didn't believe me. Su Chen glanced at the skinny undead tribesman's corpse and muttered. Following the death of the skinny undead tribesman, the surroundings fell into a strange silence. Everyone looked at Su Chen with deep fear in their eyes. There was no doubt that Su Chen's strength had completely shocked them. At the same time, they also realized that Su Chen was not only an all-elemental psychic master, but also a powerful evolved being. Moreover, the strength of an evolved being was unfathomable. A level 5 evolved being could not even make a splash in front of him, and was instantly killed. His strength was too terrifying and unbelievable. The level 4 orc tribesman who had previously shouted at Su Chen was now trembling in fear. Who else is not convinced? Is there anyone who wants to fight with me? Su Chen looked around and sneered. Instantly, everyone was silenced out of fear. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He was afraid that an unexpected move would attract Su Chen's attention and bring about a fatal disaster. A bunch of trash. Since you're not going to make a move, then I won't hold back. Su Chen sneered. Just as he was about to attack, a huge figure suddenly flew over from afar. From afar, it looked like a moving hill. Lord Blazing Heaven is here. Despicable human, let's see how you can still be so arrogant this time. Just wait for your death. With the appearance of the huge figure, the orcs were extremely excited and started to clamor at Su Chen. At the same time, the short foreign race and the human side became nervous, and their expressions turned ugly. Blazing Heaven was a level 6 evolver of the Beastman race. On the island of nothingness, the highest level was level 6. Furthermore, the half-beasts had extremely high physical fitness. Therefore, their level 6 was much stronger than the human level 6. In that case, would Su Chen, who was only level 5, be a match for him? If Su Chen was not a match for him, they would have to bear the brunt of Blazing Heaven's anger. Their fate could be imagined. Who dares to slaughter my Beastman tribesmen? Do you not want to live anymore? Blazing Heaven came closer and roared angrily. A powerful aura spread out in all directions, causing everyone to be unable to breathe. Grandson, why aren't you kneeling when you see your grandfather? Su Chen pursed his lips and laughed. The Blazing Heaven in front of him was the Beastman tribesman who had been played by him in Etion City, and had knelt down to call him grandfather. Chapter 464. It's you. When he saw Su Chen's appearance, Blazing Heaven was slightly stunned. Then he laughed maniacally. Ha! There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Brat! Give me your life. With that, Blazing Heaven charged at Su Chen like a madman. When he was in Etion City, not only was he played by Su Chen, but he also failed to protect the interworld passage. As a result, he was severely punished by the clan, and it was the greatest humiliation of his life. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. At this moment, he swore to tear Su Chen's tendons apart and cut him into pieces to relieve the hatred in his heart. Attacking an elder, you're really rebellious. Su Chen curled his lips and instantly released his mind power. Blazing Heaven, who was originally like a violent lion, was restrained by Su Chen's mind power. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and all of his movements slowed down. Level 6 mind power. How is that possible? Sensing Su Chen's strength, Blazing Heaven cried out in shock, and his face was filled with disbelief. He still clearly remembered that when he was in Etion City, Su Chen was only level 4. After not seeing him for a few months, how could he have jumped to level 6? Even the most monstrous genius in the world could not have such a cultivation speed, right? Hearing Blazing Heaven's cry, the surroundings seemed to boil. Who would have thought that the young Su Chen was not only a powerful evolver and all-elemental Dharma reader, but also a spirit reader? 3 major professions gathered in one body, and all of them had reached a very high level of attainment. It was like a fantasy story, rare and unheard of in the world. There's still a lot you don't know, but you won't have the chance to know. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. Then he threw a punch at Blazing Sky. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as the Pegasus meteor fist was used, hundreds of fist shadows smashed down from the sky like a mountain. No! With a miserable shriek, Blazing Heaven was smashed to the point where not even his bones remained. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the sound of cold air being sucked in could be heard from all around. At this moment, everyone's fear of Su Chen deepened by a bit. At the same time, they also realized that Su Chen's strength was definitely not something they could estimate. How strong was Su Chen to be able to kill a level 6 evolver in seconds? Su Chen's attention was focused on the place where Blazing Heaven had disappeared. There were 10 fragments there. One of them was emitting a dazzling golden light. It was a golden fragment. It had been a long time since a golden shard had been dropped. He was sure that this golden shard was a level 6 all attributes shard. The level 6 all attributes fragment was worth 2,000 energy points in the Doomsday Merchant Center. With Su Chen's energy points, he could have exchanged for it long ago, but he felt that it was unnecessary. But since it had dropped, there was no reason not to pick it up. Su Chen quickly stepped forward and grabbed the golden fragment. Picked up, level 6 all attributes fragment *111. The fragment is full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen's aura suddenly changed, and the unique aura of a level 6 cultivator swept out in all directions. What a powerful aura. Oh my god. He's a level 6 evolver. So he was hiding his strength. Zhou's people could not resist Su Chen's aura and retreated one after another, shouting in shock. Su Chen was not in a hurry to pick up the remaining fragments. Instead, his gaze fell on the beastmen. Under Su Chen's gaze, the group of beastmen trembled in fear. Although they had tens of thousands of people, they were facing a terrifying existence that could even kill a level 6 evolver in seconds. They could not muster the slightest bit of courage to fight against him. Su Chen was probably the only one who could intimidate tens of thousands of outsiders with his power alone. Chapter 465. Run! No one knew who shouted, but the beastmen scattered like a tide. The zombies charged toward Su Chen without fear of death. Su Chen knew that the half-beastmen wanted to use the zombies to stop him so that they could escape. It was a good idea, but how could Su Chen let them have their way? He shook his hand, and a golden light flashed on his wrist. Suddenly, 2 balls of light, one golden and one red, shot out. The golden light turned into a mountainous tortoise, and the red light turned into a fist-sized blood-colored mosquito. It was the heavenly overlord tortoise, and the super-ancient gorilla mosquito. Xiaoba, Xiaojin, kill all the zombies. Su Chen ordered and charged toward the half-beastmen. Roar. The heavenly overlord tortoise roared and charged into the group of zombies. It was like a heavy tank crushing ants. Everywhere it passed, the zombies were turned into a pile of meat paste. The super-ancient gorilla mosquito's attack method was even simpler. It used suction needles to stab continuously. The red light flowed through the group of zombies. One by one, the zombies fell to the ground and died on the spot. Although the killing speed was not as fast as the heavenly overlord tortoise, it was still very fast. Seeing this, the humans were shocked again. Oh my god! It's a level 6 mutated beast and a level 6 insect beast. That young man is not only powerful, but he also has 2 level 6 spiritual pets. It's unbelievable. On the other side, Su Chen caught up with the half-beastmen and started a merciless massacre. This kind of slaughter continued for an hour. When the last miserable shriek sounded from the horizon, the entire green phoenix grassland was silent. Only the sound of the wind was left blowing in their ears. He's too powerful. After an unknown period of time, a red-faced middle-aged man on the human side said in a hoarse voice. A short male of a different race swallowed his saliva and said in a low voice, Su-kun, do you think that young expert will come and exterminate our dwarf race? Su-kun's face suddenly changed and he began to worry. From Su Chen's behavior, it wasn't hard to see that he seemed to have a lot of hatred towards the mutated races and zombies. Maybe he really would do something bad to the dwarves. Why don't you guys leave first? Su-kun reminded. It's too late. The dwarf sighed. As far as his eyes could see, Su Chen was flying over here at the speed of a spark. After killing the half-beast men, Su Chen was not in a hurry to pick up the fragments because he still had some questions to ask. Senior, thank you for saving my life. When Su Chen came closer, Su-kun and the dwarf respectfully expressed their gratitude. Su Chen did not pay attention to him. He looked at the dwarf and asked coldly, "Which clan are you from?" He didn't understand why these foreign races were able to mingle with humans, and why they seemed to be on good terms with each other. Junior Himu is from the dwarf race. Himu's body trembled as he replied with a bow. The dwarf race, Su Chen muttered and then turned his gaze to Su-kun. What's your relationship with the dwarf race? Su-kun quickly replied. Senior, we're in a cooperative relationship with the dwarf race, and this relationship has been maintained for decades. We've always been on good terms with each other. Worried that Su Chen would do something bad to the dwarf race, Su-kun explained the relationship between them very clearly. Su Chen rubbed his nose and fell into deep thought. The mutated races he had encountered in the past were abnormally ferocious. It was his first time encountering a race like the dwarf race that was on good terms with humans. Originally, he wanted to kill this group of dwarves, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. After all, the dwarf race wasn't a threat to humans, or rather, they were friends of humans. He really couldn't do it to such a race. Chapter 466. Why did you fight with the orcs? Suchin asked calmly. He was a little suspicious. Was there a conflict of interest between the two sides? Su-kun did not hesitate and said bluntly, Senior, we found a large mine in Qingwan Plain. We originally agreed to split it in half, but the orcs wanted to take it all for themselves. Of course, we did not agree, so we fought. What kind of ore does the mine contain? Suchin asked casually. There are many types of ore. Some are suitable for making weapons, some are suitable for making armor, and some are suitable for building the MCV, Su-kun explained. Hearing this, Suchin was slightly moved. He felt that it was necessary to let the intelligent chariot identify the ore. If there was a suitable one, he had to take a batch. With this thought in mind, Suchin continued. The strongest among you is a level 5 evolver, right? Why do you still dare to fight with the orcs? The orcs had a level 6 evolver. If he was not here, the dwarfs and Su-kun would have been slaughtered. Was it worth it to sacrifice everyone's lives for a mine? Su-kun explained, we humans and dwarfs also have level 6 evolvers. Previously, they were restraining each other in Qingyan City, so we could fight freely. In that case, your 2 level 6 evolvers should be in danger. Suchin shook his head and whispered. Himumu and Su-kun's faces sank. This was something they had expected. Otherwise, the level 6 evolvers of the orcs would not have come here. Are there any other aliens or zombies on the island of nothingness? Suchin changed the topic. His purpose of coming here was mainly to obtain the fragment. The life and death of the dwarfs and humans had nothing to do with him. Su-kun thought for a moment and replied. After Senior killed all the orcs, only the puppet clan of Qingyan City was left on the island of nothingness. However, they have always been neutral and did not participate in the disputes outside. Puppet clan. Suchin narrowed his eyes. He still remembered that when he was on Purple Mountain, there was a member of the puppet tribe who had teamed up with the devouring beast to kill him. He didn't have a good impression of the puppet race, so he planned to take a look around Green Cloud City after he was done with the matters here. All right, you can leave now. Suchin sent Su-kun and the others away and started to pick up the fragments. This time he had killed a lot of beastmen and zombies, and he had obtained thousands of fragments, which made him excited. At this moment, the intelligent war chariot slowly drove over. When they saw the corpses of tens of thousands of zombies and non-humankind beings on the ground, the people in the car were shocked. Shin Mengfei swallowed her saliva and sighed from the bottom of her heart. It seems that he is much stronger than I imagined. Without waiting for Su Chen's instructions, Yang Hao and the others got out of the car one after another to dig for energy stones. 2 hours later, Su Chen finished picking up the fragments and returned to the intelligent war chariot. This time, there were no purple gold shards, but there was a considerable amount of them. Almost all of them had been exchanged for energy points. The total number of energy points had exceeded the 8,000 mark. Su Chen's gaze fell on the central control screen and began to search for the location of Qingyan City. Qingyan City was not very big. It was at most a medium-sized gathering place, more than 1,000 miles away from Qingwan Plains. As it was beyond the surveillance range of the intelligent war chariot, it was not clear how many members of the puppet tribe were in Qingyan City. After a while, Su Chen got out of the car and helped to dig for the energy stones. After all the energy stones had been dug out, everyone returned to the intelligent war chariot and drove straight to Qingyan City. You're tuning into the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.